'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Never mind. I'm like, what's up? But I was muted. Anyways, welcome in, everybody. Oh my gosh, I've been doing a lot of reading, okay? And I shouldn't do that because I find stuff. No, it's nothing that's not out there in public record or public websites, anything like that. It's any good sleuther could find it. Okay? But anyways, this is me, Megan, sharing my research. See, this is how I share it. I can't help that you don't listen. Anyways, I thought of a good comeback for that. So, all right, welcome in. What are y'all doing this beautiful Saturday? It's raining here, but I find that very beautiful, by the way. Rombo says, yeah, I managed to not be asleep during Crushes Live. All right. Welcome in, Moments in Trading. And Molly Colleen, Winky Wonder, Dreadful Penny 2. Thank you. I really think, look, Jolene, she's got a talent, and I prefer her reading the court documents over even Trisha, okay? But it's nothing like seeing the body language with how she's answering and what she's saying. And, is she being flippant? Is she not changing her demeanor at all? So if anybody has not, if you haven't heard about the deposition videos of Trisha testifying, allegedly swore under oath, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And if you want to watch her pants catch on fire on screen, no, that's not on there. They bleeped it out. But go sub to Dreadful Penny 2 right here. And I don't know, she's working her Canadian wonders. We appreciate you for just for the commentary and stuff that you provide. Anyways, but then it's really nice, I love when the community comes together and, they're not assholes. I really, really appreciate that. Dealing with a bunch of assholes, that's not fun. But, and if any of my mods can grab Dreadful Penny 2's link and put it in chat so everybody can go and sub up to Dreadful Penny 2. Thank you so much for I say it's your service, Thank you for your service. Hey, Angela. Hey, again, Rombo. Hey, Googie. And the Olap. Hello, another person right here who's doing the Lord's work. Thank you for your service. Okay, Olap. Except I can't keep up. I'm like, oh no. Oh, another one. Except today we're going to go over one of the ones that you recently put out that blows my mind, and it also just really brings it all together. And I actually listened to it about 3 times. And it's the one with where she is, I had it right here. Yeah, right. Huh? Let's see. It was the one about all her stalker allegations. Where she's obviously not very quiet about it, for sure. Talks about it a lot. Here it is. I found it. lot put out another day, another alleged stalker, and about a day ago. And I'm glad people are seeing it. That's good. You're getting some views on that. But she basically took the all of the times Trisha, at least a big compilation of them. I mean, this is like 35 minutes. So 35 minutes of Trisha just over and over and over from many different streams saying how she has a stalker, but then she describes what a stalker is. And it became apparent to me, at least well, not today, but recently, that, and this is my opinion. I'm not an expert, obviously. I'm just here voicing my opinion, just like most of us here on the internet, which is legal right now. After we go through everything today, I believe there's going to be a compelling case for, of course, I mean, I've already kind of tossed this around. I really think that Trisha is from one of these inverted families. She, to me, that's what it seems like. It seems like she's what I study and what I have been researching for the last 7 years is what they call ritualistic abuse or ritual abuse. Some people call it satanic ritual abuse or SRA. It's really heinous abuse that splits a child's, it splits their mind, and they're forced to dissociate whenever, these acts are being, against them. I'm trying to trim my words here. But I mean, whenever an adult puts or even a child, because I mean, this happens whenever that child is forced into some kind of situation where you kind of don't know what's happening, and so you're forced to dissociate, and that they consider breaking the mind, like splitting the mind. And you do it enough, it causes dissociative identity disorder or what used to be called multiple personality disorder. And they start talking like the Hamblins. Okay. According to Hamblin's daughters, he said that, I'm sorry, he didn't say none. According to his daughters, though, they said that they alleged that their father would call different parts. Like, let's say he called Tabitha. Tabitha would come forth, the personality Tabitha would come forth and would know to dance seductive and whatever, because they alleged that they were being prostituted out to other elites in this circle, in this very, very chaotic bee's nest. It's a beehive, okay? Bees in the trap. Anyways, it's wild. And I think the bee lady here, Trisha, I believe that she's part of what I would call the alleged cult. I'm going to say I feel like she is in the cult. And that is my opinion. That's the cult of my opinion, okay? Oh, I don't know. It seems like I've heard this before, but right now it's like it came and it went as soon as I heard that. Yeah. So anyways, it just is, it's interesting. Okay. And again, I can't, I really can't prove this. It's kind of just, it's like another personality. It's like another, you're not just like looking at people at their narcissism or if they have these traits or anything. Again, I don't have all the words to talk like all that stuff. Okay. So I'm very basic, very, very country come to town. Okay. But, there's also this element too, where yes, you're going to see those traits and stuff, I believe. But then on top of that, it seems like there's this whole other layer of, are they, and it sounds so conspiratorial, but it's not. It's people need to wake the fuck up, and catch up, because it's not conspiratorial. It's happening and we're allowing it to happen. And I'm disgusted by this. And it's like we need a revolt or something and get our heads out of our asses and help our friends get their heads out of their asses in their own time. But I mean, it's as real as Tylee and JJ not being here anymore. That's my evidence, is they are not here to tell you how they feel. They're not here to tell you about their day at school or college or anything, because they are two of 2019's victims, you know? And this is happening, and it's happening now, and it's happening every day. And it doesn't matter if you believe in Satan or God or if you're atheist. It doesn't fucking matter. What matters is they do. And they are practicing something that they believe in. Okay. And so it doesn't matter, if it doesn't fucking matter. And there's these things that have happened from our government. Okay. That whenever these things start to boil up, and come to a head, and oh my God, people are saying the same thing. They're all, going to the police and saying, da 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 da, then look at Epstein, y'all. Come on now. It's just a massage. No, it's not. It's wider, it's bigger, and this is the Mormon pillar. Okay? Welcome to Mormon, Epstein and Diddy and all them people. Okay? Because that's this. And that's what I've been tracking down. Okay. So I know it's weird. I get it. It's fucking weird. It's inverted. It's gross. I don't condone it. I don't believe in it. I don't want to allow ignorance to be what gets me. Like I just cannot do that to Tylee and JJ. I refuse. And every time there's times when I fight myself, I'm like, come on. I mean, does it really fucking matter? And it does, because as soon as I say that, it's like, I can't believe I just said that. And I can't imagine saying that to Tylee and JJ's face if I were to see them today. That, they didn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people are practicing or believing. It doesn't matter what the hell they believe in. It matters what they're practicing. Okay? Practice. So that's where, there's a line crossed. And I just don't want this to continue. And I know it is. But I mean, as I'm saying that, I'm also like, I don't want your child, your nephew, your niece, your cousin, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father. I mean, just all the people. Okay. I don't want anybody in your family. And I feel like it happens way more than we're even aware of. Because we've not been programmed, so to speak, to even recognize these things. But I was born with 5 senses, and, I've learned that in this world, if not just by conditioning and brainwashing of my own, or of our own, of how we grew up and sheltered and not what we've been subjected to, it really determines, what a person is ready for at the time. And I mean, unfortunately, with Tylee, JJ, Charles, I've learned about Tammy and Joe, and I come to love them too. I mean, I couldn't, I couldn't look away. I couldn't say, oh no, that's off limit, because people are telling me that that's not true. But then there's all these horror stories, and people are acting like, these victims got up and walked away, or they got another one up, they got another life. That's not real life, and that's not reality, and it's definitely not reality for the victims. I mean, and they would tell you if they fucking could, but they can't. Oh, Junebug, I'm not gonna fucking deal with it, lady. So you either get in with the conversation or see your way out. All right. And look, I love you. All right. But I ain't got to put up with you. And neither does anybody else. Y'all let me know and I'll boot her. I didn't put it on subscriber only, because I'm really, that's kind of a bully position too. Like, no, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to talk, and Trisha can suck it. Lauren can suck it, and all of their little fucking minions, all their little people, okay, that worship them, can all suck it. All right. I mean, grow the fuck up. You too, Megan. Anyways. All right. But because this is real talk. This is not about, I mean, even with Trisha. Look at Jody Hildebrandt, look at Ruby Frankie, look at Lori Vallow Daybell, look at all these people just that we have researched and everything with, just since my family was murdered back in 2019, it's just been like a boom, 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 boom. I read a story last night or night before last about some people torturing kids in Utah in Box Elder, whatever, I don't know, Box Elder County or something. And I'm like, oh my God, it doesn't stop. And just because you turn and look the other way, or I turn and look the other way, or whatever, we get distracted with whatever else, doesn't mean it's not happening. Okay. Because it's happening. Some kids lost their lives. And I'm not saying I can save everybody, but we can become aware together, because I don't have this shit figured out. I'm sorry, I don't. It is unacceptable. It totally is, And then you wonder why we have people like Lori and Chad, Ruby, Jody, Melanie Boudreaux, Pulowski. Let me say Pulowski. You wonder. But then you're not doing, like, you're only wondering up to a point. And then you're like, yeah, no, tinfoil hat. You know what? Those are gone. Okay. It's time to strip those damn things away, because they didn't help anyways. It definitely didn't help those kids. And I mean, all we have to do is what? Learn some things. Ooh, wow. We're really putting ourselves out there, huh? It's just like they went through the worst possible scenario, and it ended their lives, or they're wishing it would end their life. I mean, I can't imagine being raised like that, and that's a privilege, right? It makes me feel like I'm privileged because I wasn't subjected to torture. But y'all know that ritual abuse, it really is not just torture. Is sometimes tickling too much can be part of, the abuse, ongoing ritualistic type abuse. When you tickle a child too much, when you spin a child around and around and around too much. Okay. Anyways, again, I'm not an expert, but I play one on TV. No, I don't. Anyways, but thank y'all for being here, first off. And I always my voice gets really deep before I come on. I'm like, what the hell? All right. So let me get my getter on. I'm going to get this one day. One day I'm going to have this right. Okay. So basically, I don't even know where to start. Okay. Let's just start at the very beginning. All right. Which will be me sharing my screen. All right. And I mean, we shared this already last week. Marty Ross. I just want to, thank you, really. I should have listened a long time ago. But I'm hard-headed, okay? I'm hard-headed. But we're going to read this again. All right. So this is Trisha's dad. I mean, he's down here. Oh, no. That's on the other one. But I don't feel like digging it up right now. So this is John Arrington. Let me make sure. Yep. All right. So John Arrington. This is March 12th, 2007. This is in Deseret News. They called him Grandpa John. He was born in 1922 and he passed away in 2007. John Edward Arrington. He was 84 when he died. He was born July 1st, 1992, but he passed away peacefully in his sleep on March 3rd, 2007. Oh, my grandpa died of this, of congestive heart failure. Born in Milford, Utah, to Cameron A. and Vivian Hickman Arrington. That's a different name, Cameron. Served in Europe in the Army during World War II. He married Mary Payne. This is Trisha's mom. of England on February 21st, 1948 in Berlin, which is Germany. He graduated in 52 from the U of U, all right, with a bachelor degree in political science, okay? He retired as an attorney negotiator for Farmers Insurance. He pursued a successful career in real estate, and he was an active member of Footprinters and 49ers civic clubs. Oh, we'll get to that in just a second. Okay. He was an avid bowler. I love bowling. And he loved fishing on the Weber River. Thanks go to all the wonderful people at Atria Assisted Living in Sandy, which is in Utah, for their help and support. And to, I need to look this name up still. And to Officer T.M. McGrath, Sandy City PD. It's just weird to kind of give out one, shout out to one cop. Hold on. I'm digging. Let's see. I can't see it. It's just too small. Officer T.M. McGrath. Come on. I wonder why. I wonder why. He died of congestive heart failure. So, just wondering. It made me think, maybe that policeman was there or something and maybe helped. I don't know. Who knows? But anyways, all right, let's go back to the drawing board. All right, so and to Officer T.M. McGrath, Sandy City PD, survived by son Craig and his wife Carol Arrington, Patricia and Doug, which is her ex-husband now, Griffith, 5 grandsons, Michael, Bill, James, Jeff, and Will is Patty's son, is Trisha's son. 6 great-grandchildren, brothers, I don't know how to say that, Irby, Faith Arrington, Burton Arrington, brother-in-law Curtis McCullough. I said the other day, I was like, what about Cheryl McCullough? But they don't spell the same. Their last names aren't the same spelling. And many loved nieces and nephews. Also survived by his special companion, Fran Ellis. Preceded in death by wife Mary and 4 sisters, Billy, Virginia, Betty, and Sally. Funeral services Tuesday, March 13th at 2 p.m. Wait, I was like, is this when I got married? But it's not. I got married on March 12th, one of the times, at the Wasatch Lawn Memorial. I think this is where Chad wrote in his book about working, cutting the grass and stuff like that when he was growing up. But I'm not sure. So I'll have to put a pin in that. I have to come back once I confirm or deny it. Okay, so then they had the viewing on March 12th from 6 to 8, 1 hour. Okay, I'm going to have to find the other one because let me type this in. John, what's his middle initial? C? John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. John E. All right. E. Let's see what we got. So this is him. This is John Edward Arrington. This is Trisha's father. I want the legacy one. Damn it. What is that? That's not the right one. Is what that is. Okay. Sorry, this isn't I don't do this on my other job, This isn't my I'm a slow digger, okay? Just know that. All right. So Beaver County, Utah. Wasatch Lawn, okay. Oh, cool. I didn't see these. I guess this is him right here. Alrighty. I have to lean back a little bit. It's way too close to my face. John Arrington, Sergeant, Army, I think. It's barely. Commissioned? What the hell does commissioned mean? Was he in the draft or something? I don't know what that means. 11/28/42, Salt Lake City, Utah. Termination of service 11/26/45, I think. I don't know how to read. I guess that's lieutenant. I don't know. It could be Private Douglas. Date of birth 7/1/22. Wilford Cameron Arrington. Okay, I have not seen this, so I didn't look that far, I guess. So that's him. He seems like a cheesy guy, you know. Oh, that's different. A younger picture of him by Anonymous. I wonder why they cut out the girl, you know? Anyways, the things I wonder. Okay. So this is Mary. This is Trisha's mom is on the left side. She died April 7th, 1993. He died March 3rd, 2007. That's a big gap of time, you know? But it was added by William Lyman. Lyman is interesting. The last name. God grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we cannot and the wisdom to know the difference. Anybody that goes to AA or sober, you get that. Anyways. So that's him. Okay. I need to clear my throat and I'm gonna check on you guys. Oh no, y'all couldn't see? What the frick? That's some bullshit. And it shows me sharing it. Well, no, it don't. What? Y'all didn't see none of those pictures just now? Y'all didn't see none of these? Oh my Lord. The whole time. Oh my Lord. Okay. You weren't sharing. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. We need like a horn or something. To go, hey, idiot. Anyways. Wow. All right. So this is from Find a Grave, and this gives a little more. You know, there's the pictures. I'll show them again. But here's the gravestone, and it was uploaded by somebody with the last name of Lyman. But anyway, so I read the gravestone already. You did hear that. Loving father, John E. He's on the right side, and her mom is on the left side. And it's interesting because her mom died in 93. Her dad died in 2007. So I mean, I was just saying it's a big gap. But, you know, here's him. I can't zoom in or anything. That lady right there looks familiar, but I don't think that's Trisha. That's not what I'm saying. She looks familiar. I don't know why she would look familiar to me. I am not from Utah. But, you know, small circles. And I read this to you guys. This, I guess, is his, I don't even know what to call it because I don't know the lingo. But, and then again, I can't blow it up or anything, but he just kind of has that cheesy smile. It seems like. And this again is him. But, you know, like I asked, you know, I wonder why the girl's not in the picture. I don't know if it was maybe Trisha's mom. Was it another girl? You know, maybe his special companion out of respect. I don't know. I don't know what it was for or why. Anywho, let me make sure. Did y'all see it that time? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome in. Welcome in. Wanship. Is that how you say it or spell? Yeah. Why is she saying that though? Wanship. I've never heard of that ever. You did, Indy Cindy? Oh my God. You want to come up? You want to come up, Indy Cindy? Greg said you wanted to. And that's what Greg said. Let me know. I will chunk you you don't have to come on camera. I am not on camera. So excuse me. My hair looks like a fro-mac right now. I took a shower before, sitting down. My hair is still kind of damp. So letting it dry au natural. And that's between me and this closed camera here. You tired? All right. You talked for 3.5 hours today? Oh my God. Yeah, I get those. I get those kind. That's why I'm very leery about getting on the phone with somebody, because I will keep them. I know me, I know me. But Greg, I'm sorry, why did I say Crusha? Greg said Trisha is cooked. Jolene does it though so much better. It freaking cracks me the hell up. Thank God for comedy and Jolene. Let's see. Did these upload? Let me see. Uh-oh. What was that? I just had a weird noise from my phone, and my phone usually doesn't play noises. Let's see. Oh, I made this, guys. I have to show you, because I remember either it was Lauren's Mormon Story podcast. I don't remember where I heard her say this before, but I heard her say it somewhere about how she wanted to be April from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and her brother, like as a reporter. And I forget what she said about her brother, Jameis, but so I've typed this in, and this is what I got. And so high five AI. Sometimes they do it right. Okay.
Keep this between us. He's almost here.
What the fuck? Anyways, and she's holding the visions of glory. Did y'all see it? Let me play it again. I didn't know it was going to play sound whenever I did that, but it did.
Keep this between us. He's almost here.
She won't keep nothing between y'all. I'll tell you that. Except for, sharp items and stuff like that. But, what do I know? I don't know if this is, let me see if this is the whisper one.
You all know that I got that.
It's not. I don't think it uploaded. You have to, transform them into, or convert them into MP4, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I thought it did when I, got it out of Canva. Whatever. Here we are. Anyways, I need to get to this. I need to get to Legacy. Let me go to my Canva app so I can get it off my damn sheet. Quit acting like a fool. Let's see. I didn't make this very easy to find. I need color-coded stuff. You know what I mean? Here. Oh, that's Desert News. Deseret. I mean, oh, motherfucker. I ain't got time for this. Oh, wait, that says Legacy. I think, allegedly. Who knows? Are we going to go? Yeah, let's go. All right. So, yeah. Okay, this is the right one. Thank gosh. Okay. So, but I mean, I'm not going to read this again because it's the same thing. But we're going to go down to the comments. Oh, and these are some pictures of her dad too. Right here. Let me make sure. Freaking paranoid now. Okay, and then this one right here. So, younger years, golden years. Okay. All right. So, I found these rather, at first I didn't think anything about them, but I'm just going to kind of go through a couple that caught my attention, like this one. Helen Ross, March 11th, 2007. And I was like, Helen Ross? Yeah, I think so. Dear Trisha, I did not know your dad, but I know he is at peace now. You are sad right now, but in the days and weeks to come, you will rejoice in your loving memories of him. He did raise a wonderful daughter. My love to you and Will. So that was very nice, But I don't know when she died. Does anybody know? I don't have that memorized yet. Too many people. No, she did. What'd she do with them? Tell me she didn't put them in her fucking mouth. Tell me she didn't put them in her fucking mouth. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, we in the Jolene cult. His teeth. Like, what do you, I don't even know what to ask because I don't feel like there's nothing I can ask that's appropriate. Okay. And I feel like I'm going to be like, of course, kind of like setting myself up for failure. What did she do with them? I mean, for what? Did she put them in a jar? Like in some solution or something? Is she going to dental school? Also, Dreadful Penny, did you see where I realized this after the fact when I went back and watched it again? Because that's what I do. Okay. I heard where the lawyer asked Trisha if she had any certificates, when she said that she went to college, but she went to 2 colleges and just a couple of semesters, right? And I'm like, oh Lord. He asked her if she had any certificates or anything, and I'm like, either you lied in your wedding announcement back in 1979, or you're lying now, and you really do have which is scary as all get out, emergency medical tech, EMT, allegedly from Cambridge, whatever university or Cambridge, I don't know. Again, I don't have it memorized. I don't know, but she said no. And so that makes her a liar back in 77. And if not, vice versa, no comment. I picture the chattering teeth, how you wind them up and I'm like, I can't do it. Y'all can't see me, thank God. Oh my gosh. She turned white at that question a couple semesters. Right, Kelly? Man. My voice sounds rough, y'all. It sucks. Oh, ooh, if anyone has ancestry, UK, Mary Florence Payne family tree is on there. Shut the door. My ex-husband is from there, and my daughter is from there. Well, she's not. She's half from him. Anyways, I know that's not what you're saying, but Payne, the last name Payne right there, is also Nancy. Okay, you know how there was Mike and Nancy James, the Preparing of People. Nancy Payne, that's her maiden name, James. Yep. Payne, and it's also one of the 13 families. Those 13 families, that there's actually more families. Oh, somebody came into my comments to give me a hard time about laughing at her 2 university education that amount to a couple of semesters. Laugh out loud, called me a low. I say I'm high class white trash is what I tell them. Okay, high class white trash. I'm just picking. I don't look at people like that. They do though, and so that's what separates them from us, in my opinion. I don't look at any of that. I look at us as humans, and that's it. Like it comes down to male, female, only because you got to, kind of. But Mary Payne in England, wow. And they all have this thing about coming over on the Mayflower. They're really proud about that. Usually, and another thing with the obituary that was written by, I believe, Dream Feed Media. Did y'all see her latest video too today? I was very excited to see that. Where she put, and I mean, I don't know why she put that. I don't know if she knew her. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what people know. I barely know what I know. But she had written that Janet Wolford, Beth Bee, was from a pioneer family. And I'm like, pioneer. I'm just starting to see, like, even before that, I was starting to see, I know it's what Mormons say a lot, they're from a pioneer family, but I'm kind of wondering if sometimes that means elite. We're elite because, you think about how Megan brought to the table that Barry believed that he was in the upper 5% or top 5% because everybody else was in the 95%, right? And here we go with those percentages again. And I'm like, I don't know anybody in my family that's like, well, 10% of this is that, I don't know. Maybe I just never paid attention, but her family, over there really do like to put the ratings on people and the percentages, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know if that's a pioneer thing. And if so, we need to know this shit. Okay. Just, it doesn't hurt anybody to learn these things, but it does hurt people when they don't know these things are coming at them and they're being rated and graded and then murdered. Okay. I know it was a boom, 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 but I mean, that's about how it went. It feels like, and about with that much emotion and thought, because these people, as soon, it's like they're a light switch and they can just flip it and just turn emotion off. And that person they dehumanize that person. They distance themselves in all kinds of ways, language, and uh, physically, spiritually, all financial. I mean, they do it. Okay. And they apply that Darvo. They were the first settlers of Collin County, Texas in the 1800s. They came from Tennessee and Kentucky. You know who else came from Kentucky? Where did I see that earlier? I saw that from shit. Where did I see that? Damn it. I'll get back with you on that. Let me take this down and so I can show you all the rest of this. Okay, so Helen Ross right here. Okay. I just found that interesting. It's just a digital footprint, right? And then everything is basically to Trisha. I've noticed. Usually you can get hints and stuff, from family members or friends leaving like Trisha and family. We are so sad for your terrible loss. I have no doubt that your dad is proud of his daughter who has done so much good for those across the country. Oh my gosh. Barbara may not have known. Mark and Violet Class. And this was another one. This is Mark Class. And this is March 10th, 2007. We are so terribly sorry for your loss. Although we never knew Mr. Arrington, we appreciate the fabulous job he did in raising his lovely daughter, Trisha. So this is oh my gosh, Forums for Justice or something, FFJ, and USearch. Trisha, so this is like another forum that she is affiliated with. We are so sorry to hear of the death of your father and want to know how much we are thinking of you during this trying time. We know he will always be remembered through the great memories you and your family have of all the times you shared. There's 15 of them. As a neighbor, I want to express my sympathy to Fran, which was his special companion. He made, and family. He made major accomplishments in his life. His courage was an example for us all. It's comforting to know that he is resting peacefully, awaiting a resurrection. Hope, as you said in John, whatever. Oh, I know who it was. It was the Avenging Angel, Wild Bill Hickman. That's who came from Kentucky. Which is, it makes me think of Dr. Von Decay. Shout out. So, okay, but we're just going to kind of read what's already out there, just kind of put it together in one kind of compilation. So now we're going to go over to her mom's. And this is Mary Virginia. This is not the right one. Hold on. Hold on. Back out of there. Don't even look at it. All right. I must have not closed that from the last time. So let me do that real quick. Yeah, her name's not Ginger. I have an Aunt Ginger, and boy, don't piss her off. That's all I'm saying. She's from Mississippi. She don't play. Right, Donna? Right. Okay. I'm hearing a weird sound hole. Sounds like somebody's sleeping, like on. It's weird. I'm in this room by myself. Jason's sleeping, but not anywhere near me. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is it. Make sure. All right, yeah. We're on the same page. All right. So I don't have there's no picture of her. I've not found one yet. So Mary F. Payne Arrington, birth asunder. Okay. I'm sorry. September 27th, 1924 in Greater London, England. Her death was April 7th, 1993. She died at 68, which is young, you know. And her burial was in Wasatch Lawn Memorial Park. Same place. And oh, look, photos. Hello. Oh. Okay, we saw this already on his. Okay. So it says April 9th, 1993. She died during the Satanic Panic, during the peak of it. The labeled Satanic Panic. That's all it was. Just a label to make you and me think it's weird. All right. So Mary F. Arrington, 68, passed away April 7th, 1993, after a brave and courageous battle with cancer. She was born in September 27th, 1924, in London, England, to John Payne and Ellen Picton Payne. She married John E. Arrington on February 21st, 1948, in Berlin, Germany, while she was employed by British intelligence and John was in the CIA. Now, was that on his? I just don't seem to remember. It was not on his. Yeah, kind of. It's like his affiliations were on his, but nothing about no damn CIA. That just came out of nowhere. It's like, bam, CIA, bam. You know? Now, he's got his, not he didn't write this, I don't think. They must be getting paid the big bucks, right? Dreamfeed Media, obituary writers. Who in the world has two brain cells to rub together? Ever thought that, oh, they're just doing it for money? And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? That sounds stupid. And it seems like you would catch it, you know, as soon as you say it, you'd be like, oh yeah, no. Nope. Double down. Double down. Try to get Trisha to sign on to it. That was wild. Oh my God. Don't quit your day job, right? So yeah, right here it has, man, where's the footprints? Anyways, I mean, it has like his footprinters and the 49ers, which I still haven't found much on this 49ers Civic Club. I hated civics, by the way. Now I get it, but I haven't. It brings me to a lot of San Francisco 49ers stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what this is yet. I don't know what to make of it just quite yet. So, back to her. Let's see. So yeah, right out the gate, it says member of the wait, I'm sorry. Married John Arrington on February 21st, 1948 in Berlin, Germany, while she was employed by British intelligence and John was in the CIA. Now it reminds me of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, you know. Let's get back to Brad, right? Member of the Catholic Church, member of the 49ers Club, and former member of the Cottonwood Country Club and Ambassador Club. I learned about these two clubs today. Literally. I was like, oh, shut the front door. Shut the front door, because oh my God, the beehive is swirling right now. I also remember, I don't remember where right now, but I will find it, where Lauren made something. She made a comment about beehive or something, and I'm thinking that's just one of their women's clubs or whatever in the church. I mean, I kind of look. I don't know. I haven't tested this theory yet. I should, because I mean, not tested, but research. So it's not just me wondering. But you know, is the Relief Society? I mean, it is the female organization for women in the Mormon Church. You know, is it like a fraternity, sorority type? I mean, everything else in the church, as far as like temple, endowments, rituals. Jason Joseph Smith was a Master Mason. He became one in like a day, which is crazy. Thank you, Amy. Hey, right? Hey, I called this and it makes me think of my mom. My mom did that too because she got pregnant with me. And yeah, there was a different time back then. But nothing has stopped her ever since. And so I'm proud of my mom too. And I'm proud of you too, Hawkeyes. Yep. Nobody did it for you, boo. Yeah. Proud of you. Proud of anybody who did that. And with a baby, or, if you had a baby too. Whoo. Oh, especially during those times, because my mom was born into a Catholic family. So there's that. It wasn't exactly, happy times, I guess, for everybody. I've never heard anything negative, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. All right. Oh, wrong one. What I was about to ask y'all something. Oh, about the Relief Society. Is it like a female version of like a Freemason type energy? I don't know what to call it. So I'll just maybe keep that rest of that to myself until I figure it out. And I mean, I'm not saying it to be sarcastic or anything. Y'all, when I'm sitting here just spitting off, I'm just spitting off, literally. I'm asking questions, I'm just trying to I feel like I'm comfortable with, a chat room of friends. So I'm talking to you like I would to your face. But, all right. So she married him in 48 in Berlin, Germany, which is interesting. While she was employed by British intelligence, and he was CIA, member of the Catholic Church, member of the 49ers Club, and former member of the Cottonwood Country Club and Ambassador Club. I have a weird thing about ambassador because there's a lot of these elites who use these terms. They use, and this is just how my mind works. Okay. This is my neurodivergence, my ADHD speaking. And I pick up on things like gatherer. I mean, come on, that's like one of those things. And now they're trying to make it cool again or something in the church. I just heard on Mormonish podcast, but ambassador means something. So does like the angels. Okay. Think of like Les Wexner. Think of, Victoria's Secret with the angels. Think of Erica Kirk. I want to say hers was something about the angels. And think about Angel Studio. Think about, then we have also the rail cars. I was watching Jay snooping around with the Zorro Ranch. And when she said that there was an antique rail car there, I about shit myself. Okay. Sorry. But I did almost, because I was like, oh my God, not too long ago when we were digging into Tim Ballard and his affiliations that go all the way up to Carlos Slim, who was at that time the wealthiest man in the world, worldwide, until Elon grabbed that. But, it's just a pissing contest, really. I don't think they too much care. But there's this Paul Mitchell, aka Jean-Paul DeJoria. He owns, I want to say he's part owner in Paul Mitchell, but he's also in this lineage, in this line of people who supported Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad, The Sound of Freedom, all his bullshit and his rhetoric and his not really saving kids because there's no kids. There's no receipts. There's, Tim Ballard, was bragging one day in he was doing a talk in front of some people, and I just happened to catch it, and that's the only thing Lauren ever credited me for. And I don't even think she did it. I think she said something and Mindy credited me on Mormon Stories podcast. But I mean, I found it, and it caught me because, again, you have to listen to a lot of bullshit, a lot of just mundane droning. I mean, I feel like I could be an honorary Mormon. Okay. No, I don't know all the things and I'm not going to know it by heart, but I get it. like I can recognize it and know what people are talking about now versus when I first started. And I'm like, what? Adam? I mean, God, wait, what did they say? Satan and Jesus were brothers. And I was like, when? When did that happen? Like I never heard that one. The Adam God theory, just all the things, man. I've learned so many things. I'm just not really good at like, I'm not like uh, memorize it and just spit it out to you. I chew it up and I swirl it around a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, I like to really sit on things and figure out what I feel about them, what I think about them, where they go to the next thing. How does this work in the big scheme of things? And I know that, and I'm not tooting my own horn. I really am saying this because nobody was saying it. Oh, thank you, Donna. The Relief Society, founded in 1842 in Nauvoo, Illinois, was established by Joseph Smith using organizational structures and language that closely parallel Freemasonry, acting as a female-led organization focused on charity and spiritual authority. It was established with the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge context and was designed to be a female version of Freemasonry that would vet members through a similar deliberate process. Who was in the Relief Society? Lori. Okay. Anyways, so was Heather Daybell. I mean, a lot of what Melanie Gibb. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Thank you. It was like a surprise of info. Anyways, I mean, these things aren't far-fetched, right? It already gave me that vibe, that feeling. Let me do that. Just learning about it, but I never really went directly into it, or maybe I did a couple years ago, but I just never went further with it. So it just had those vibes. But that makes sense though, right? It wouldn't make sense if it didn't. If it didn't go along those lines. So let me grab this other link and we're going to find out what a footprinter is. I know you're like, what? A footprinter. All right. So the International Footprint Association. Yep. And it's our history is very basic, very, very basic. May 11th, 1929, Fresno, California division of the International Association for Identification Convention. You're like, this sounds nerdy. This is where our great organization was born. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Did y'all hear that thunder? Because it just made me jump. And I'm sorry if I screamed in your ear. I'm so sorry. Whew. That happened the other day, too, except it was really bad. And I was here by myself. And it said, pow, out of the only clap of thunder we had the whole time. And I was like, oh, my God, I need my heart to go back into my chest and beat regular. Anyways. Sorry, that was my nervous energy. Sorry. All right. It was here that a series of events combined to lead 11 attendees of this convention to form an association and become members of a group that would soon become the International Footprint Association, Inc. Word of the association quickly spread at other conventions where the footprinters set up headquarters and held open houses for the entertainment and good fellowship of their members. Membership grew rapidly, and the footprinters held their own first grand, that's your keyword right there, grand, convention at the Whitcomb Hotel in San Francisco. Oh, that's the 49ers. I didn't even catch that. Okay. Could be. I don't know. In 1931, about 300 members attended. Originally, membership was limited to law enforcement officials. I mean, what about CIA agents? Later, this limited scope was expanded to peace officers, active and retired, from all agencies, doctors, lawyers, elected and appointed officials, men and women of all professions and businesses. So men and women, all right? And all citizens sympathetic to good law enforcement and its attendant problems. You know who's sympathetic to, who supports law enforcement? Walwyn and Grayson. Right, Bobby Joe? Anyways. That was sarcasm. The early rapid growth of the association was accelerated, shocker, even more by the first Grand Convention. We continued to grow so fast that we became incorporated January 26, 1932. I'm surprised it's not freaking 1776. Just kidding. Because of the widespread popularity of the footprinters, our board of directors on June 6, 1935, voted to form the organization into local chapters. Chapters is another one of those words I just really don't fucking like. Oh my God, it reminds me of Frank Vandersloot immediately. Okay, he's with the heritage shit. So there's that. They even bought an old, I don't even remember. I can't remember it to tell you. An old school or something. And I don't know. I forget. Into local chapters, each being subordinate to the governing body of the grand chapter. Well, that's grand, ain't it? Not. Makes me think about grandma, grandpa, grandmother, godmother, grand. I mean, just, ugh. We've been just warped our entire lives. Today, the footprinters, I'm not saying anything bad about grandparents. I'm just saying these words have more nefarious root, behind them anyways. And it goes back to Freemasonry and these secret societies, with the grand, I don't know. I don't have the words. Today, the footprinters have 17 chapters in 5 states. Each chapter still promotes the original precepts of the footprinters, and in addition have added many other objectives to their agenda. It's an agenda, all right. While some chapter objectives are unique to the individual chapter, many of them have a common thread or have common threads. Some of these are, and these sound great, black and white, right? They practice them though, to promote support for law enforcement within their community, to recognize the achievements of individuals within law enforcement, to sponsor worthy movements within their communities. Oh, they do this. Support charitable causes, especially children's charities. Oh, yeah. They go everywhere the kids go, not just law enforcement. I'm talking about the perps. Anyways, provide scholarships to people interested in law enforcement. Promote the true spirit of Americanism. Join us, promote and support law enforcement. Live our slogan of bigger and better footprints. Well, that's moving. Not trying to make fun of it if you're in that club. Anyways, where's the chapter list right here? Okay, I looked and he would be right here. Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, he was in District 4. Okay. There's Antelope Island, Utah, Salt Lake City, Denver, Colorado. So, and then you have Yakima, Washington, Bellingham, Washington, Olympic Peninsula. Okay, anyways, Victorville, Bakersfield, Raphael, North Bay, Peninsula, whatever. Just interesting to me. This, okay, hold your witchcraft hats. Throw them down, burn them, okay? Because holy shit. Let me light my cigarette. This is what made it weird. For me. It may not. You might be like, Crushy, you're fucking weird. And I'll be like, yeah, you're right. I get it. Fallen comrade or comrade. What? How do you say that? Comrade. Fallen comrade table and ceremony. Okay, so the table. Okay, I'm gonna show you. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the table and the plate with some salt on it and a lemon and a rose and a candle. It's just so pagan. I don't know. And I mean, whatever. The table with its place settings is a way of symbolizing the fact that members of the law enforcement community throughout our country are missing. The table is set for 2, though the number is many. The chairs are empty. They can no longer join us. The tablecloth is white, symbolizing the purity of their intentions to serve their communities. The candle is lit, symbolizing their spirit to serve. Mm-hmm. The glasses are inverted. I was like, no shit. They cannot drink nor toast with us this day. A slice of lemon is on the plate to remind us of their bitter fate. The single red rose displayed in the vase is to remind us of their families and loved ones. The salt upon the plate is symbolic of their tears. The blue ribbon tied so prominently on the vase reminds us of the thin blue line, which stands strong before those who would destroy law. Remember that, who would destroy law and order in our great nation. Then why are y'all friends with them? Anyways, many of you served with these peace officers and called them partner. We relied upon them, depended upon their might and their aid. Surely they have not forsaken us. This. You called them brothers. You called them sisters. They watch over us still, and we honor them today. Remember. And if you are just bopping through life like I was 7 years ago, and you're just like, yeah, oh, that's so nice. That's so sweet. Oh my God, it's touching. Fraternal orders are not. I mean, they are. I can't blanket them all. Just like I can't blanket the church. Just like I can't blanket the members. I mean, you can't do that to people, right? Because everybody's different. Not everybody's the same. I get it. However, this is their norm. This is how they believe. This is what they believe in. And I don't know. That's why secret societies, in my opinion, are problemsome, because you don't know. And you don't know what they're swearing oaths to. You don't know what God they're worshiping. But you kind of can tell. What I'm trying to tell you is you can tell by their fruit, which is how many people are they hurting? How many people are in their wake? Anyways, it goes much deeper than that. But this right here, you called them brothers, you called them sisters. And I mean, so with that in mind, I always keep my ears peeled for that anyways, whenever I'm listening to, people from around the web. Oh. Hold on. Every window open up is going off. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Finally the one that didn't. Okay, here, it's time to wake up. Here you go. Ready? We're gonna olop it.
We're Barbie. Haha.
Tricia Griffith.
Hello, kitty, 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 kitty.
Hello, kitty.
Hello,
Kitty, 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 kitty. Hello,
kitty. They call me Hello Kitty, and I'm hella pretty.
my gosh, is hella fine.
Your man wanna be mine? I don't got the time. I'm a pretty little dime. Yeah, I'm hella fine. Yeah, I'm hella fine.
Kitty, 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 kitty. Hello, kitty.
Hello,
Kitty, 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 kitty.
Hello,
kitty.
That just cracks me up. Them brows too, right there. Boy, she has been pumping them out.
You said one thing, then another thing.
This is going.
Screenshots
Look.
talking.
Can we talk about Stacy? Can we talk about Stacy? Oh my God. And the dog's still in the background.
And receipts still sing.
Here's the ring. That's Helen's ring right there.
Delete the post, rewrite the lore. But baby, internet remembers more. Delete, 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 dodge accountability. Spin, spin, spin like a disco ball catastrophe. Self-snatching publicly, crying victim dramatically. But the receipts hit harder than the bass drop, honestly.
Okay. I see it.
That's not what happened.
Oh,
Girl, we got the screenshot drop.
yes.
Now you're spiraling in 4K, changing stories every Friday. Comments locked, okay, but the group chat got replay. Everybody watching live while the timeline don't survive. You can gaslight all night long, but the internet keeps receipts in a folder called LOL. Delete, 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 dodge accountability. Not your old posts, still dancing to the beat. Big clubby history, dodge accountability. Move the goalposts rhythmically, drop back in the symphony. Everybody in the club yell, that's a contradiction.
Oh, that's scary.
That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. Who you can rewrite history, but receipts live digitally. Every column's got forensic
Oh my God.
energy.
Scary. Oh, that was a big self-defeating video.
And the problem too with
Ooh, this is
psychopaths, my
good.
darlings, is sometimes they can be so incredibly charming
Mhm.
and you would never know it. You might know a psychopath your whole life and think they're the greatest woman in the world. You just have no idea that they're a psychopath. Be careful what you put out there.
Be careful what you put out there.
Ooh.
Yep.
Mm.
So let's see. Da, 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 dee, 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 dee. Does anybody here in chat remember Beth Bee? She would pop into chat every so often. She watched every night. Sometimes she'd text me and get so mad at me. Quit touching your hair. That drives me crazy.
Fix your light.
What?
Fix your lighting.
Yeah, fix your lights. Your lights are dull. I can't see. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of a live stream. I can't fix anything, but I'll quit touching my hands. I'll slow my hands.
It was all good intentions. She just wanted you to be the best.
She
You know,
did. And she was wonderful that way. She was, oh my
that's all she
God.
wanted for you.
That's all of this back here. Beth Bee bought for me. I could never afford anything like this. So
You know, well, how can you know?
I'm just anxious for this to get handled. And I can't wait to tell you that I can't tell you yet, but the happy ending
Happy
of
ending.
where
Oh yes, that'll be
everything
so
is going
great.
to go. It's going to, you're just
Yeah.
going to go, wow, that's so cool.
It's perfect.
It is perfect. It is absolutely perfect.
By none of your doing.
So, okay, I think that's everything. How long? Oh gosh, I've been on an hour and a half.
Yeah, you need to shut up now. No,
I do need to shut up.
That's a good ending. I didn't see that part. That's a good ending. All right. Yes, I'm going to put the link in the chat. If you're not subbed up to Jolene, please go sub up to her. That girl cracked the case. Jolene cracked the case. She cracked the case. She cracked the case. Anyways. All right. I'm going to bring y'all over to here now, which is, I guess I'm not on the screen anymore, huh? Which, whoa. Let's see here. We're going to go to the Cottonwood Club. Because when I heard Trisha say this too, I was like, Cottonwood, that sounds like something fancy. You know, that sounds like something I don't want. I really wish I did not know these things. It would be much better for my life. Anyway, so Cottonwood Country Club. History. Okay, so the Cottonwood Country Club is rich in actually, I think it has a thing that reads it. No, that's the next one. Is rich in tradition and memories. Located in Holiday, Utah, the club was founded in the 1950s by a small group of people, mostly from the Cottonwood area, who desired to start a family-oriented club that would include swimming, tennis, horseback riding, golf, and clubhouse facilities. Property for the club was purchased from the Moyle Estate, and in 1955, ground was broken on the first phase of construction. Initial improvements consisted of the swimming pool, locker house, 2 tennis courts, and horseback riding facilities. In 1959, the original clubhouse was built at a cost of $85,000, which is so cheap. Over the years, the club has developed into the full-service, family-oriented facility of today. We are grateful to the founding members of the club for their vision and willingness to devote considerable time and resources to this endeavor. The club is currently working on a long-term master plan for its facilities to ensure that the benefits of the Cottonwood Country Club will be preserved for generations to come. They really mean that generation too. In 2012, the Cottonwood Country Club began a two-phase construction project. Phase 1 began in October of that year and included the removal of the existing pool, tennis office, junior locker area, and 4 tennis courts. On June 1st, 2013, the club's new pool area opened, featuring a 6-lane, 25-meter lap pool with diving board and slide, a 2 feet deep kids splash pool. That's tongue twister, and a cabana that provides poolside food and beverage services. Garçon. Anyways, phase 1 also included 3 brand new post-tension tennis courts and a new tennis patio area to complement our remaining 8 tennis courts. Good Lord. Still ain't got no balls. Anyways, all right. In February of 2013, phase 2 of the project began and consisted of demolishing the original clubhouse and rebuilding a brand new state-of-the-art facility that opened on December of 2013. The new clubhouse consists of a modern restaurant and bar areas that include outdoor dining options with beautiful views of Mount Olympus. I don't know how else I can even... that word has cooties right now. Okay, Mount Olympus, that phrase, that name right there. Because this, I'm like, well, son of a bitch. Whatever, for what it is, whatever it's worth. Following Justin Riggs, who is over LDS abuse. I feel like I'm missing a word. LDS abuse. He has a website. He's been on here to talk about the alleged bountiful sex ring, okay, that Brenda and Dick Miles. Brenda Miles is the daughter of the late prophet, the one that just died right around the time Charlie Kirk did. His name was Rusty Nelson, whatever you want to call him. He was a skull and bone. Just know that. He got tapped probably in more ways than one. Anyways, all right, let me be nice. But Richard and Dick Miles, Brenda and Richard or Dick Miles, they were accused of being involved in these touch parties and these, I'm not going to say satanic, they're ritualistic abuse that have gone they've never been, taken to court. And they always say stuff like, oh my gosh, what's the thing they always say? Those are baseless. When they not retaliate, but when they respond to the accusations, they're like, these are baseless and unequivocally, they use these stupid words, but they all ring the same in my opinion. I can't talk. And so this also, I want to bring up this point right here, right now, while we're right here circling around the Mount Olympus. They're significant in the sense that a lot of the prophets and stuff lived in these areas. A lot of this abuse, this ritual abuse, and actually Justin, I heard him say it on another podcast that Park City, Utah is like the Mecca. It's basically the hub it's the hot spot for ritualistic abuse to happen. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I had just finished the trial with Corey Richens, and I'm like, oh, she's from there. And I'm like, oh. And then you start hearing things like, I've been putting some things together too about, the fentanyl stuff, because there's other things happening at the same time that all these other things are happening. And, it is alleged that like David Levitt is behind, the fentanyl stuff. And for the longest time, I know some of you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but just, I got to go with my thought. For the longest time, I never knew what the part in the, there's a news story. Hold on. I'm going to have to pull it up because I don't want to sit here and wing it. Let me get to my YouTube channel. Go there. And it's Fox 13. Let me just type in Hamblin. Let's see what we get. Share this instead. I gotta figure out which one it's in. I usually watch the very long one. I know it's got something to do with him and his handyman. Let me type in Adam Herbets instead. Adam. Just watch a little clip of it. Okay. Because it made me wonder about now. I mean, like, because I was editing something that I did 2 years ago, and I just need to upload it. I'm just like, I feel embarrassed, because y'all be like, what the hell is this about? And I'll be like, it was from 2 years ago, damn it. It was a lot of time, a lot of work. But I just, I kind of, there's so many other things going on at the same time. So I need to just put it out there. But it's just talking about all these things. And when I was editing, making sure everything was fine, a final time, I kind of caught on to this Dan Bowles, I think his name is. And if David Levitt is alleged to be behind fentanyl, and if this cop is dirty, like they say he is, that's no bueno. And, there he is. Just let's listen to this one part. It's kind of long. Sorry.
It can't be.
Now, members of the Utah County Sheriff's Office are chiming in, saying the county attorney asked their deputies to ignore the law during a traffic stop involving that handyman.
Well, when we interviewed David Levitt last month, he was quick to point out that he has enemies at the Utah County Sheriff's Office.
I got enemies.
The
Got
sheriff
a lot
says
of
the two
enemies.
do not see eye to eye on how to enforce the law. And now we found those issues have especially come to a head as we look closer at the way Utah County has handled multiple criminal cases involving Levitt's handyman.
For years, Dale Bowles has been in and out of the Utah County Jail for many of the same charges: driving under the influence and driving on a suspended license.
He's an addict. He's got a real problem and needs to get a hold of it, but he's having a hard time doing that.
But on November 13th, 2018, Bowles did nothing wrong. He was simply in the passenger seat when a woman got arrested on drug charges. Deputies described the traffic stop as routine until they got a phone call from Bowles' boss.
The deputy took the phone and talked to this person, and he told him his name was David Levitt and asked him if he knew who he was. Don't know how it was intended, but it just seemed unusual. Mr. Levitt had been elected county attorney, but hadn't been sworn in.
Dale worked for me. That's the short answer. He was a handyman on my house.
Deputies told us they did not feel threatened, but they thought Levitt was trying to use his position inappropriately, especially when he asked them not to impound the car, which they determined is required by state law. So they impounded it.
All I'm asking is because I kind of want to know too. And, I'm thinking about the time whenever, what brought the fentanyl to the county and made it available for Carmen to get to Corey, to get to Eric. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's this person's fault or that person's fault. The right person's in prison. But, well, she will be. Wait, right? Monday? His birthday's May 13th. And that's the day. Let's see. So Wednesday will be Corey Richens allegedly. I know she tried to push it back, but the 13th will be when Corey Richens is sentenced to prison.
Anyway.
But this guy, I'm just looking at the time frame of when these things were kind of moving, and when David Levitt, was calling all these shots behind the scenes and really going hard for this dude, I mean, David Levitt also temporarily worked for the airport in Boise as a luggage handler. He's a fucking prosecuting attorney from a very wealthy, the wealthiest family in freaking Utah. I mean, worth $80-something million. I don't even know if I have that right, but it's up in there. Okay. Just why? And he owns a castle in freaking Scotland. No, this ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
They thought Levitt was trying to use his position inappropriately, especially when he asked them not to impound the car, which they determined is required by state law. So they impounded it anyway.
That seemed inappropriate, yes. And the deputy said that when he realized who it was, he just kind of shook his head and couldn't believe that he was being asked to not impound the car.
He shouldn't be representing the defendant when he's the county attorney.
Linda F. Smith is an attorney and member of the Utah State Bar Ethics Advisory Opinion Committee. She agrees with the sheriff's office that Levitt getting involved was inappropriate. 19 days ago, Fox 13 sent an email asking Levitt to explain what happened. He has not responded despite multiple follow-ups.
It was so wildly inappropriate.
Let's fast forward now to January 2022. Deputies say they arrested Bowles
All right, January 2022.
twice that month, in both cases for DUI and driving on a suspended license. So far, records show he has not been charged for the January 6th arrest. In the January 26th case, deputies say he was trying to hide fentanyl.
He had hidden that inside his body and it was found inside the jail.
Deputies say when Levitt's office screened the case, they were shocked. Prosecutors only charged Bowles with misdemeanors and not a felony. They're not sure if Bowles received any special treatment from his boss.
We don't always agree with the charges that the county attorney does, but sometimes their decisions make less sense than others.
Last month, in a phone call with Fox 13, Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith told us he feels a lot of criminals are being treated too leniently. Quote, "I don't agree with the way David Levitt does things. I don't agree with his policies. He's killing us in Utah County." Sergeant Cannon says the latest DUI cases...
It's just crazy how the dynamics go, because they'll be like, I mean, like, I liked, Mike Smith right here. I did. And then I saw, I'm like, how are they going to ask about, people come forward with your allegations for, if you were ritualistically abused or whatever by anybody, basically. And they were like, we had so many people come forward only to pop, lock, and drop it because it didn't go nowhere. Okay. But I did hear from, listening to Goel recently, that, and I mean, I want to say I knew this, but he reminded me anyways, that Hamblin's daughter, for sure, one of them is suing using the TVPRA, which is the, oh my God, I don't remember the acronym. Victim Protect, I don't know. Anyways, to sue David Levitt. He's one of the named abusers that she alleges, ritualistically abused her and her sisters and other people in this area. It's like a cancer, okay, is how I see it. And it's like really, really bad. And some people don't know that they're even in it. Some people do everything they can to get out of it. Some people don't realize that, oh my God, this is a thing and it's connected worldwide. Some people are just like, I don't believe in Satan or I don't believe in Jesus. So therefore it can't be, it can't be real, but whatever. It's all walks of life, but it has certain characteristics and things that go with it, and we're going to start learning some more about ritual abuse, how to recognize it, and things like that, because I need to sharpen up. Whenever I talk to you guys about this stuff, I'm learning. I'm teaching myself. I'm reading the things too. I'm putting it into context. I'm throwing things out if they don't belong. So, I mean, it helps me too. You throw away what you don't need, and it's tentative. You just kind of hold things, and if they one day help you, great. If they don't, great. No loss. But yeah, this guy here, Charlie Kirk and all that shit. And I was like, oh, Annie's on 60 days, whatever, 60 days in or whatever the hell. Annie, I'm waiting on to run into nanos or whatever. Oh my Lord.
His policies.
33.
Us in Utah County. Sergeant Cannon says the latest DUI cases probably should have been given to another prosecutor's office due to a conflict of interest, which is exactly what Levitt did when Bowles was charged with possession of meth in 2020.
Wow.
That has not happened in the fentanyl case.
Dale Bowles became the target for people because Dale Bowles was associated with me.
If he feels like he has a target on his back, we didn't put it there. He would be the one who put it there by his behavior.
Reporting in Utah County, Adam Herbetz, Fox 13 News. Utah.
Hold on. Keep going.
More developing news tonight. Multiple local and federal law enforcement agencies are investigating ritualistic sexual abuse, also human trafficking of children all over Utah. Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbetz has been following the story and takes a closer look.
Well, the Utah County Sheriff's Office opened this case in April 2021, but according to our confidential sources, they are not starting from scratch. Here's what the department is willing to share so far. Reports of ritualistic sexual abuse and human trafficking involving children in at least these 3 areas: Utah County, San Pete County, and Juab County between the years of
Chad and Tammy raised their family in Utah County,
1990 and 2010.
as did Ruby Frankie, Kevin Frankie, Pam Botcher, you know, all them people. Oh God, I just went blank. Tim Ballard.
The sheriff's office has not released any other specifics. However, we have learned some of the subjects of this investigation are high-profile individuals.
We're just being as careful as we can before we toss names out. Any given individual, it's the way it is. I mean, the chips fall where they are, and we follow them.
Good evening, everyone. Tensions flying between the Utah County Attorney and Sheriff Mike Smith.
County Attorney David Levitt asked the sheriff to resign today, even calling for an investigation into his activities.
Fox 13 News reporter Chris Arnold has what both men have to say today. He joins us live from the Utah County Sheriff's Office with more. Chris.
Well, Kelly, Bob, this all stems from an investigation into allegations of a ritualistic child sexual abuse case that is in child sex trafficking. Now, County Attorney David Levitt said the case involved a woman who he says was tragically mentally ill and made claims of sex abuse against 15 people. Those are allegations Levitt says were found to not be credible, causing the case.
He's like, they're debunked. They've been debunked. And I'm like, with what? Your little go-go gadget tool? You know, I mean, how were they debunked? There's nothing going that way.
To be dismissed. Now,
I've got the documents. You can read them. You can watch all these videos, listen to the audio. There's so much to this case. There's newspaper clippings. There's all kinds of things. It goes deep.
Levitt said during a press conference this afternoon that he and his wife were named in those allegations, saying the two were guilty of cannibalizing and murdering young children.
It was
What? I mean, that sounds like, is that Epstein back here? Or, oh no, it's the Mormon arm.
It was debunked more than 10 years ago. It was dismissed.
I take exception.
So basically where I stand is they're both douchebags and just trust no one but you and your instincts.
To any victim who comes forward and is characterized as tragically mentally ill. How dare you?
The Federal Social Services looked at us and said, we're not giving you this baby.
This video was recorded by a documentarian in 2020. It's 17 minutes long, and it shows Utah County Attorney David Levitt telling the story of how he managed to adopt a tribal infant in 2017.
And finally, this strategy comes into my head. And if you got 5 minutes, I'll tell you the story.
As he describes it, his strategy meant hopping on a plane to Montana, then walking onto the reservation unscheduled to meet with the president of the Northern Cheyenne tribe.
I said, I'm here for 2 reasons. I said, I'm here to tell you the second reason first.
So douchey.
But I'll tell you the first reason second. I said, but before I tell you the second reason, I want to tell you a story.
His story touches on the importance of family. Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal of introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine.
I mean, so much so they have the Levitt Institute there in Ukraine.
And you're a sovereign nation, and you have a buffalo herd, and Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and it doesn't have a buffalo herd, but it wants one.
To put this in layman's terms, what it sounds like to me is, and I mean, a lot of other people, is that what he's saying right now is part of evidence, because he's basically saying, without saying, he's setting up a bilateral agreement or whatever the hell he just said to human traffic, basically. All right, let's rewind that.
Story touches on the importance of family. Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal of introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine. And you're a sovereign nation, and you have a buffalo herd, and Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and it doesn't have a buffalo herd, but it wants one. And so I'm here to try and see if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of Ukraine to introduce buffalo to Western Ukraine. And at that point, he was all ears.
I bet.
And I said, that's the second reason why I'm here. The first reason why I'm here is this, that we want to adopt one of your people.
He says tribal president Jace Killsback gave his blessing, but tribal social services did not. So Levitt went back to the president to try again. Watch and listen to how he describes the tribal president made a compelling argument to help Levitt clear that final hurdle and take home the child that same day.
He said, listen, the Levitts are friends of the tribe. They're assets to the tribe for more than just this. I left, and 5 minutes later, the phone rang.
Yes.
And it was the social worker.
Yes.
Saying, I think I figured out a way to get this child to you.
Jace Killsback has declined to comment. At the time of this interview, he was in prison for fraud in an unrelated case.
Not every child needs to grow up in the city, green grass, white picket fence house. It's best for the Native children to remain in Native communities.
Stephanie Benally, a Native American specialist for Utah foster care, is not just giving her opinion in this interview.
Thank you,
She's describing
Hawkeye.
federal law, the Indian Child Welfare Act. It was passed in 1978 to protect Native American children from being adopted by non.
This reminds me of Special Agent Hart in Lori and Chad's investigation. You know, this is where he used to work in the whatever he just said. ICW. I'm not good with acronyms. ICWA. So I'm like,
on Native
you know.
families.
Prior to the act, 25 to 35% of Native children were removed from their home and placed in non-Native homes.
There's such a prejudice in the Native community about a non-Native adopting a Native.
Levitt says the child is family. Technically, she's his step, foster, great niece. They might not be related by blood, but ultimately, the tribe gets to decide who's considered family. According to court documents, the child's biological mother willingly gave up her parental rights, but the biological father did not.
Let me put it.
Yeah, she was riding around in his gold Cadillac after this, allegedly. Okay. I've been following Goel's work with investigations for ritual abuse for years now. And I have not really, there's so many things I've missed and I'm like, oh my God. But just to let you know how I believe that Lauren is also someone who's protecting, you know, for sure, Tom Harrison. Let me pull this other one up so you'll know what I'm talking about. This is another case, and I did not even realize this was the same family. Summer Roney from New Skin, you know, it's horrible. But guess what? Goel talks about the Roneys and the McKells all the time. With the Hamblins and the Levitts and da-da-da-da-da-da. And for me to not make this connection, although I've watched her coverage, Lauren's coverage of this case about the murder of Summer Roney, she was an adopted child from Siberia, I want to say, I believe, maybe Ukraine. And so what I'm going to do next, this is what I'm gearing for, is to do side by side, to basically take what Goel has put out about ritual abuse and the Roney case and take what Lauren has put out about the Roney case. And we are going to compare and contrast, and we are going to call out and snuff out the bullshit, because I believe this bitch is protecting, just like Trisha is protecting, in my opinion. And look, my pretty mom right there.
There's a big room. And she had the walls lined with mirrors. And he said every night she gets in there and she dances for 2 to 3 hours.
Charles tried to embrace her sort of extreme beliefs as much as he could without understanding them. He tried to be welcoming to her new friends, but it got weirder and weirder, stranger and stranger.
Charles called me one day. He said she dances and she records herself and she's sending it to some guy named Chad Daybell. And I said, well, who is he? And he said, well, he's in that crazy religion stuff she's doing. I told Charles, if they're not having an affair, they're getting ready to. I can tell you that much.
All right. Yeah. But I mean, this is wild. So I happened to catch this one. No. I caught her latest one or whatever updating. I mean, this is a horrible, horrible case, and it's drenched in ritual abuse. And I mean, her and John, they love to dance and do the tango around this shit, but they never go there. They never actually call it ritualistic. In fact, they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, because that's, I believe, what these kind of people in these kind of positions are for. If they're in that club, if you know what I'm saying, like this is lined or laid out in the Hamblin victim statements by the Hamblin daughters about how this structure works, you know, how they put people in as the conspirator at, you know, they have these roles. They have the paterfamilias, they have the punisher, they have oh my God, the peacemaker. Lori has said she's the peacemaker in her prison interviews after being locked up. I'm the peacemaker. I'm like, yeah, you are. Mm-hmm. But there's different, Alex was the protector. There's these roles, y'all. And I'm telling you, it's for gatekeep purposes. It's to keep the abuse going. Okay. And I mean, I already know with my own two eyes witnessing and then finding out, that after all, that Tom Harrison is actually, his son was best friends with Lauren's brother, the one that died. And Lauren not one time ever thought that it was important enough. She never thought it was a conflict of interest. She went and did a big old expose on Tom Harrison and Tim Ballard on Mormon Stories podcast. What a fucking what a crock. Okay. What a fucking, I'm sorry, but it pisses me off. What a fucking crock. So you're protecting Tom Harrison. It's obvious. You bring people up to a certain point and then you're like, okay, that's enough to curb their hunger. And they're not going to go beating down her door, trying to, and saying, no, bitch, no, you lied. You're lying. You're not telling the whole truth. That's where I'm at. Allegedly. Okay. It pisses me off because, it's like Tylee and JJ weren't related to her. Charles was not related to her. She sure likes to use them and exploit them. And I mean, just, count their money all the way to the fucking bank. I mean, money ain't worth it, man. Ever. Ugh. Gotta calm down. Natural habitat. Oh yeah. Being a smart ass, but man, we see through her. They're a dime a dozen, I tell you. Anyways, but yeah, I'm going to be going and comparing these cases for sure. Because we'll see. We'll find out. Okay. Maybe I'm a big fat liar and I'll say, I was wrong. Not a liar, but I will say I was wrong if I am wrong. I just really don't think that her and John are even fair with it. Not that she has anything to do with it. Not that really he has. I don't hold their opinions up high. I never really did, but again, it's not their family. It's not their son, but sometimes people are part of these things and that's another reason. And it's secret for a reason. It's silent for a reason. Not my reason. It's not my club. Here, I also wanted to share this. I just uploaded this because I've been wanting to show you all this. This is from Lauren. It's the last text I got from her. October 21st at 9:02 p.m. Dude. Okay. Hold on, let me zoom in. Dude, she gives me this post or whatever link to Hidden True Crime Chat on Reddit. Lori Hillis's historically bad behavior. And then she put, and look, I just want you to know what she put here. You see the eyes? You're mentioned. Like, you saw these eyes as threatening, but you're going to send that to me? Okay. I feel threatened. But I mean, it's a post about Lori H's historically bad behavior. Like so many of you, I've been following this case from the beginning. And like so many of you, I have my preferred content creators that I subscribe to, HTC being one of them, whoever wrote this. I remember when Lori H was regularly a guest on HTC, which led me, where are those episodes? To subscribe to her channel. I quickly lost interest because it seemed to me as if she simply watched other creators, Bob Mata, the lawyer, Surviving the Survivor. They're not a lawyer. And then just regurgitated. So they're saying that, that Lori Hellis regurgitated these opinions and ideas. Not that, you can only go so many ways with a fucking case, the same case on top of that, by the way. There's no new ideas these days, period. So, I mean, there's that. But her channel was boring, and honestly, Lori doesn't have the most soothing voice. So I disengaged from her channel, only checking in periodically to get updates on her book. I'm just reading this so y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. But yeah, so that was one of the first. And I'm like, wow. So anyways, there's that. And let me get over there to you guys. All right. Now I got to go over to, because we did the Cottonwood Country Club. Now we got to do we did the foot printer. Now we're going to do, all right, here it is. Let me go there. Let me share there. Because I mean, I'm not going to finish the Levitt thing because I mean, it's ongoing. It's not, it's just, it made me think about Dan Bowles and that whole thing, with possibilities as to why, fentanyl was even in the area for it to be obtained. Okay. Yeah. Not the threatening eyes. That's what she says. Hawkeyes. She's like, remember the Christina had put those eyes or something in Mormon Stories podcast episode that Lauren was on. And she was like, oh my God, I have a stalker. Yeah, that. So I guess I have 3 stalkers because she gave me 3 of those eyes. And this, I was like, motherfucker. Sorry. I'll not use the vulgar. Utah stories from the Beehive archive. And I'm like, oh, so this is the ambassador club thing that Trisha's mom and dad were in too. So I'm like, great. Here we are. How come I'm here? Where was I earlier? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. And so this is about this project. And where's the thing that reads it? Damn it. Sorry, I'm trying to remember where I was. All right, let me go grab the link. Apparently I'm... Let's see. Go here. Let me try. Same thing. Why am I not getting the same outcome? Oh, tune in to the Beehive. Tune in to the Beehive archive each week on Utah Public Radio. I'm just saying that for the radio purposes, okay? With Trisha's, history and working for radio stations. For a new episode, or subscribe to Utah Stories from the Beehive archive on Spotify or wherever you find your podcast with all of the history and none of the dust. It's a fun way to catch up on Utah's past. The Beehive archive is funded in part by a grant from the Lawrence T. and Janet T. D. Foundation. Okay. What the hell? I'm just clicking stuff. Huh. See, I'm a slow digger, so I'm sorry. I'm probably pissing a lot of you off. Ooh, Beehive archive. I need to look in the paper for all this stuff. Sure. Wait. Radio Free Mormon. Does he have this picture? Or am I tripping? RFM? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Huh. Let's see. I like search buttons. Where are they at? I don't know. Or is it down there? Okay. I want to apply for a grant. No. Board and alumni. Utah Humanities enriches our cultural, intellectual, and civic life. Wait. This looks familiar. By providing opportunities for all Utahns to explore life's most engaging questions around the wonders of the human experience. UH is the independent nonprofit organization established in 1975. Okay. Board of directors members serve 3 years. Oh, I'm sorry. UH increases public appreciation and understanding of all the humanities, history, literature, philosophy, ethics, languages, linguistics, archaeology, jurisprudence, comparative religions, cultural anthropology, art history, and criticism. Well, we are in the right spot, guys. And criticism. Doesn't even say constructive or nothing. And historical or philosophical approaches to the social and natural sciences. And their board of directors members serve 3-year terms, renewable once. If you know someone who would make an energetic and qualified board member, please send your nomination here. The board of directors is a volunteer decision-making body that is legally responsible for our operations and finances. When selecting new members, the board seeks broad representation, including institutions of higher learning, universities, humanity disciplines, geographic location, community involvement, profession, gender, ethnicity, culture, and perspective. Basic expectations for Utah Humanities board members: agree to make Utah Humanities a priority for his or her time, energy, and philanthropic efforts, determine and evaluate Utah Humanities policies and procedures, and engage in long-range planning, prepare for attend. Okay, we don't need all that, huh? Oh, yeah, we just want to get to these people. All right, we have Michael Austin, Martha Bradley Evans, Broder, Canella, Dines, DeAngelis. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm messing them up. So, El Deary, what a name. Gabbert, Hernandez, Williams, Jones, Mike Jones, McGovern. Well, oh my gosh, I don't know. Nichols, Perry, Polo, I don't know. Barry Scholl, Samuel. I don't know any of these. I mean, they don't look familiar. Usually there will be one, oh, Phil Barlow, like that right there. He went to the same preparing people, what do you call them? Firm Foundation, Firm Expos, old Barlows. Oh, yeah. All red. Hold on. Nope, there's no Harrison. Okay. Let's see. That's a lot of names. I'll have to get back with y'all. King. Y'all see anything? I just see Skousen or something. Hold on. Where did it? Oh, I saw Gibbs. Wrong thing. Thank God. Good for you. Lucky for you, Melanie. I wonder if her and David are still married. What do y'all think? Linda K. Newell. That name sounds familiar. Meryl. All right. Sorry. I don't know why it's not bringing me to the place where I was the last time before I came on. Anyways, all right. So we'll go over to strengthening communities together. Strengthening just caught my eye because that's a very Mormon term. Strengthening committee member, whatever. Strengthening members, committee, whatever. I'm horrible with acronyms. Okay, I really am. And that's so much to keep up with, man. Center for the Book. Community heritage is very heritagey. Everything looks great in black and white, you know. Oh, 2002? Hello. This is the Winter Olympics that Mitt Romney and the alleged Punisher, Gordon Bowen, worked on together. They came up with the torch and the theme for 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. Yep. Oh, let's listen. Oh, great mention.
It's the Beehive Archive on Utah Public Radio. I'm Megan Weiss. Utah's snowy peaks and valleys became the stage for athletes from around the world during the 2002 Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake. But the games were much more than a sporting competition. Learn more after this.
Oh.
I'm Jody Graham, Director of Utah Humanities. Beehive Archive is brought to you on Utah Public Radio by Utah Humanities with the generous support of the Lawrence T. and Janet T. D. Foundation. We are proud to partner with community organizations to tell Utah stories and hope you will tune in each week for the Beehive Archive.
Welcome to the Beehive Archive, a 2-minute look at some of the most pivotal and peculiar events in Utah's history. For 17 days at the dawn of a new millennium, 3.5 billion people paused to watch the Salt Lake 2002 Olympic Winter Games. As the Olympic torch relayed its way across the country and through 45 Utah communities on its journey to Olympic Stadium, Salt Lake prepared to host 2,400 athletes from 77 nations. While these Winter Olympics were billed as the Salt Lake City Games, they were a source of pride and identity for Utahns across the state. To greet the athletes, organizers built or upgraded ice rings, fast tracks, and powdery slopes. From the moguls at Deer Valley to the Nordic trails at Soldier Hollow, competition venues were constructed with unparalleled attention to international sporting standards. There were frightening pitches, like the 74-degree drop at the start of Snow Basins downhill, and dizzying heights, like the 7,350 feet at the ski jumps at Utah Olympic Park in Park City. True to form, Utahns who volunteered for the games worked tirelessly behind the scenes as frontline ambassadors. They woke in the dark to shovel sidewalks, prepare meals, and transport athletes. They fielded questions, gave directions, and managed the crowd that flooded their small towns. Due to Utah's long legacy of mining, the gold, silver, and bronze medals were the first to be mined, crafted, and awarded within miles of the venues where they were won. Many of the souvenir pins also showcased Utah culture, depicting everything from delicate arch and Native American pottery to cowboy boots and minivans, and of course, green jello and fry sauce. Utah identity was also on show at the opening and closing ceremonies. Leaders from the Ute, Shoshone, Goshute, Paiute, and Navajo nations greeted athletes in their own language. The Golden Spike was represented, while giant dinosaurs loomed over the stadium in a nod to rural Utah's fossil tourism.
Okay.
Performers even unfurled a giant pioneer-style quilt across the stadium floor depicting the Olympic rings. When the Winter Games were over, Utahns were left with two important legacies: world-class sporting venues where international athletes still train to this day, and a remarkable experience of pride and unity. This episode of the Beehive Archive was contributed by the Alf Engen Ski Museum. Find sources and past episodes of the Beehive Archive at utahhumanities.org. The Beehive Archive, a production of Utah Humanities. I'm Megan Weiss.
Thanks, Megan. All right. Okay, so it prompted me to do this. I miss me some Lynn Packer. Oh my gosh. Okay. Am I sharing this? I hope so. I had that pulled up is what I did. Okay, so here is this part.
Ronald Reagan strategist and advisor to rebrand the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints logo so that Jesus Christ appeared in a much larger.
Let's back this up because we are dealing with this right now. Yeah, this is a classic. Oh shit, let's just back it up. Shit. Okay. Let's see.
I'm Lynn Packer with OUR Video Op-Ed 23, the Utah County investigation into a suspected satanic child sex abuse ring. One of the suspects is New York Madison Avenue advertising executive Gordon Bowen. Two of Bowen's close friends who are not suspects, Utah Senator Mitt Romney and high-ranking Mormon apostle M. Russell Ballard. Even though Russell Ballard and Mitt Romney are not suspected of involvement in or knowledge of any ritualistic child sex cult, if one existed at all, both have known for more than a decade that Bowen was accused of having bizarre sexual fantasies, of being addicted to pornography, and of alleged sexual assaults. Later in this episode, possible reasons why they looked the other way.
Mm-hmm.
It remains puzzling why Russell Ballard and the LDS Church continued to engage Bowen in its public image campaigns. A recent example of the continuing Bowen-Ballard alliance is a multi-million-dollar movie about Jesus. Ballard and the Mormon Church entrusted Bowen to oversee the project, despite Bowen's weird, even eerie notions about the.
The sound sounds awful, or because I boosted it, maybe it's too bad. Let me know.
Savior.
Donna.
The completed film is yet to be released. The project remains clouded in secrecy. A little more detail about the movie near the end of this report.
Oh, okay.
Russell Ballard, who is now second in line to assume the presidency of the LDS Church, is a common denominator between the relatively new child sex abuse investigation in Utah County and the more than 2-year-old investigation in Davis County looking into Operation Underground Railroad. Ballard is close to the subjects of both probes. In a previous episode, I already reported that Russell Ballard not only encouraged Tim Ballard to found OUR, but along with 2 other general authorities of the church, also invested in the Tim Ballard venture. This side note, unlike the late Senator Orrin Hatch and current Senator Mike Lee, Mitt Romney has not publicly endorsed OUR. In fact, Tim Ballard has been talked about as a potential candidate to run against Romney in 2 years. If a ritualistic child sex ring was operating in Utah, where was Tim Ballard? Was it going on right under his nose? OUR claims it detects and breaks up child sex trafficking rings. It says it's happening here. Before I proceed, 2 disclaimers. This report is for mature viewers only. It contains adult themes and sexually explicit content. Also, in 2008, I consulted on a child custody dispute involving Gordon Bowen. When the case settled out of court, I was asked to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement. I declined. That's how sealed records from the case help document this report. The Utah County-based child sex abuse investigation made headlines this summer and fall. Some news outlets called it alleged satanic child sex abuse and a ritualistic sex ring. NBC News reported that the Utah County case is based on a false conspiracy theory, saying satanic panic is making a comeback, fueled by QAnon believers and GOP influencers. Went on to say, baseless accusations are branding people as Satanist pedophiles at the speed of the internet.
These allegations are wild. They are very unlikely to be true. And unfortunately, what happened was people got them in public records requests and spilled them all over the internet. And so it's not just enough that something terrible happens. It's that Satan is somehow involved in it.
More than it's not like the only thing she was worried about was that they were spilled all over the internet. And I mean, how did she debunk it? That's all I'm saying.
And a dozen names in the victim statements to have been reported by mainstream media. David Levitt, the Utah County attorney who called a June 1st press conference, revealing that his name appears in witness statements. And David Hamlin, a therapist whose license had been revoked, who was arrested September 30th. More suspect names have yet to be disclosed by major news media. Gordon Bowen is one among many accused of involvement in the alleged child sex trafficking ring. His name is in the...
He plays pickleball, St. George. And you know who coaches their pickleball, coaches pickleball, is Adam Cox, Lori's brother. I'm a little worried, you know?
Witness statements document. That testimony was...
And Adam's also a DJ. Radio.
Compiled by the Provo City Police Department years ago, before it dropped the case. The report now guides the revived Utah County Sheriff's Office investigation, which picked up where Provo PD left off. Here's one of multiple statements about Bowen's alleged involvement. Gordon made us undress, and he did a huge variety of things to us, including tortured, raped, sodomized, whipped, chained, and urinated on us, and made us do the same things to ourselves and each other. It goes on to say, he is or was extremely wealthy and worked or had worked high up for Coca-Cola. He lived in a huge mansion in the avenues of Salt Lake City. Gordon is a very, very powerful and revered man in the church, if he has retained the position he had 14 years ago. He was the Punisher, and we were told he oversaw torture and murder for Master Mahon and the high councils. He would invite us to his mansion in Salt Lake for parties, and this name was redacted. We're always very excited to attend. Sometimes we took the harp and played in a little balcony over one of his main rooms for his guests.
You know, I'm just saying, not that they're related. That's how my mind works. So Elizabeth Smart also played the harp. So did Ruby Frankie. So I'm just mentioning that here because that's how my mind works.
Here are a couple of facts about the alleged victim statements. They are largely uncorroborated allegations. The child victims have been drugged with peyote, which can cause hallucinations. Thus, some or all alleged crimes could be imaginary, especially alleged murder and cannibalism.
But so could, there's victims because they shouldn't have been given peyote, you know.
What is factual, Bowen did undergo cult-like exorcisms by David Hamlin.
Oh, like casting out? Like what Lori and Chad were doing? Oh.
The one who was arrested in September, and Bowen was previously accused of sexual assaults. So, who's Gordon Bowen?
He ain't nothing great to look at, in my opinion.
Let's start with his resume. He's now Chief International Creative Officer for New York City-based advertising agency McGarry Bowen. He was born in 1950, so he's now 72. He graduated from Salt Lake's Highland High in 1968. His future wife was a classmate. He served an LDS mission in England, attended the University of Utah, but did not graduate. In 1974, he was hired as a copywriter for J. Walter Thompson in Chicago. In 1979, he became a creative director for Bonneville Communications in Salt Lake.
Frank Vandersloot bought 5 radio stations, or 5, a mixture, a bag, which one of them became East Idaho News, which would then in the future cover my family's stories, their case. So that's just an interesting little tie-in right there.
Lake City. That church-owned entity created the world-renowned Homefront series of family-promoting, award-winning public service announcements. That campaign began a few years before Bowen was hired. After leaving Bonneville Communications and Utah behind, Bowen was hired by the prestigious New York Madison Avenue ad agency Ogilvy and Mather. Advertising Age published a cover story on Bowen, headlined, "Gordon Bowen, a Mormon pilgrim in the Mecca of advertising." The article included a photo of several former Bonneville Communications employees Bowen persuaded to come along.
There's a lot of accusations too from these people, and actually have Tom Harrison. Let me pull it up.
Ogilvy, Bowen shot to stardom with the American Express account, coining the tagline, "Membership has its privileges."
So does.
I do have flight 139 leaving in 20 minutes, but only in first class.
I'll take it. They're calling my flight. I'll be there. Not this much.
No, it just started.
Where is she?
The second potted plant from the left.
Coming through when you need it most. Membership has its privileges.
In July 1991, the Salt Lake Tribune reported on Bowen's continued ascension and change of ad agencies. The story said, "Last week, Mr. Bowen astounded the ad community when he announced he was leaving Ogilvy and the creative direction of its most lucrative account, American Express. He moves to McCann Erickson, one of the world's 3 largest agencies, to capture the plum of all advertising jobs, chief creative officer for Coca-Cola. In the ad world, getting the Coke account was huge. During that same time frame, Bowen worked on President George Bush's failed 1992 re-election campaign. The New York Times reported, the joke on Madison Avenue last week was that President Bush could not nominate anyone to the Supreme Court until Gordon Bowen had made up his mind. During that same election cycle, Bowen assisted in Utah Richard Eyer's unsuccessful campaign for Utah governor. Ayer losing to Mike Leavitt, brother of ritual sex ring suspect David Leavitt.
Remember the Leavitt name?
In 1994, Bowen worked for Mitt Romney on his Massachusetts Senate campaign. Romney lost to incumbent Senator Ted Kennedy. The next year, another job change. He worked for Young and Rubicam as creative director between 1995 and 97. His biggest account, AT&T. In 1995, he was appointed to the LDS Church Communications Futures Committee. In 1997, Bowen left Young and Rubicam and became creative director for Robert Redford and Sundance.
Hey, he just died not long ago. Guess whose fucking picture is hanging in Epstein's office? It's a picture of like a photo, like a nice one of Robert Redford hanging in, oh my God, in Epstein's office. When I saw that, I was like, get out of here. Get out of here. What? You know, just throwing that in there. They were brother-in-laws.
Despite leaving Bonneville Communications, the church's advertising arm.
Oh, not Epstein and Robert Redford, but Robert Redford married Gordon Bowen's. Wait, hold on. No, I'm thinking of Sterling. My bad. I'm thinking of Sterling Van Wagenen. Oh, Sterling Van Wagenen was married. His sister was married to Robert Redford. Sorry, my brain does not compute.
Bowen still advised church leaders. Bowen worked with Russell Ballard and the late Richard Worthland, a Ronald Reagan strategist and advisor, to rebrand the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints logo so that Jesus Christ appeared in a much larger font.
I mean, who's dealing with this right now with the branding and stuff like that? Mormon Stories, which, you know, I have my own opinions about that, but.
Another example of his work, Bowen produced the award-winning AT&T commercial that seemingly tore a page from the LDS Church's Homefront playbook. The ad shows a working mom getting ready to go to an important meeting when one of her kids asks, when does she get to be the client? The mother relents as a Cyndi Lauper hit, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, plays in the background. In the late 1990s, Mitt Romney named Bowen creative director for Salt Lake's 2002 Winter Olympic Games. Bowen conceived the motto, Light the Fire Within, designed the Olympic torch, shaping it like an icicle, and produced the opening ceremonies. Olympic head Mitt Romney would later write, Gordon's talent left us speechless and appreciative. Springboarding off his Olympic Games success, Bowen co-founded his own Madison Avenue ad agency, McGarry Bowen, quickly pulling in big-name clients like Disney, Wall Street Journal, Crayola, Century 21, Staples, Marriott, J.C. Penney. In 2009 and again in 2011, McGarry Bowen was Ad Age's Agency of the Year.
Okay.
I'm Rob Lowe. And I'm Gordon Bowen. We no longer have the ability in advertising to have a captured audience. They can zap us away in a nanosecond. And so
by the end of 2019, McGarry Bowen operated in 12 offices in 9 countries, with Bowen as his jet-setting ambassador, appearing in television interviews around the world. While Bowen still works out of his New York City headquarters, he also has a home in Salt Lake City, one that gained notoriety in Better Homes and Gardens magazine.
Hamlin's daughters have claimed that they had to play the harp, you know, for the elites that would, they also claim that, you know, they would be prostituted out to elites, you know, swap. I don't know.
The article said, when Gordon Bowen, a global advertising executive with roots in Utah, happened upon the property, it was a far different sight. Gordon is incredibly spontaneous and cinematic, but he was also intent on creating a nurturing home for his 2 children. On display in one room of Bowen's house, this male nude torso sculpture. As is common with many Greek statues, its junk is fully exposed, which makes a good segue to the next section of this report and Bowen's penis preoccupation.
Oh my God. Look, he cracks me up with that. I know it's like gross, but it's like, oh my God, that's how he segued. He created a segue, but I will not bore you guys with that. I know not everybody's getting it like I do. And you're like, what does this have to do with Trisha? It just all does. At least in my world, because this is how, this is what I study. This is how I look at all this stuff. Hold on just 1 second. Let's see. Okay. Now, Goel has seemed to have, I don't know, he don't give a shit anymore, it seems like. But the other night, I caught him live, and I mean, here's all my haters, okay? He was just whatever. But let's just listen to it.
Provides opportunities for me to earn.
Let me speed it up.
But
and I'll turn it up. He's hard to hear.
Like,
I've talked to him before.
Difficult research. I believe that's Tricia K. Easton. Kind of important if you're regarded as a credible journalist and forensic psychologist, but then actively gatekeeping. Tom Harrison's son was best friends forever, or BFFs, with her recently deceased brother, James Johnson.
Jameis.
I don't know who that is. Like,
I'm trying to teach you.
I don't like Tom. Like, he shows up in all the wrong places.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Ballard pays himself $600,000 a year. I'm not surprised.
It was towards the end of the show.
I can't wait on somebody to pay me enough money to sell out. What they don't. Like, I keep waiting for somebody to show up with enough money for me to even be tempted, but they never do. And having a soul is kind of a financial handicap. Like, I get it. Tim Ballard pays himself $600,000 a year.
That's just from one.
Good for Tim. Like, I don't know what good it's going to do him in eternity, but good for him. He got $600,000 a year to give himself. Go for it.
And a Jeep.
Like, his life is shit. I don't see him ever having really like wide credibility or traction. I certainly don't see him becoming a prophet of the church or a U.S. senator or president after everything that happened with him.
No, but he's dang
But if he
good.
wants to get high on his own supply and pay himself a bunch of money in the process, I can't. Tim is what I expect of Latter-day Saints at this point. He's a grifter. And Grift is something like, I mean, Utah's the fraud capital of the world in the country, like multi-level marketing companies and shit. So Lauren of Hidden True Crime, who reports on all Mormon-related crimes, was in the same ward as Dick and Britta Miles, Tom too, yet she reported on Tom and Tim only to a certain point, then nothing. I can't speak to what Lauren reports or doesn't report. All I can say is Tim seems to be unhappy, and he seems to think that the church was in the wrong for excommunicating him. But if you're naked with a woman other than your wife, pantomiming sex or whatever, that is adultery, and you didn't need to have the couples ruse for any of that shit you were doing. That's the biggest crock of shit ever. But hey, he's making $600,000 a year doing that shit, sponging off of people like Krog and God knows who else. Anybody who believes his bullshit, he's going on jumps, which is basically he's selling a little jaunt down to South and Central America. And it's an excuse for endowed Mormon priesthood holders to go to bars and clubs for the children. Because they're on a jump and they're fighting sex trafficking. And it's like, no, you're not. This is your loophole to drink and hang around with whores.
And get paid lots and lots of millions of dollars.
You're comparing her reporting on the Summer Roney case versus your reporting. The two are polar opposite in my opinion. Well, that's usually the case. I don't know. I guess you're talking about Lauren Conlon or whatever her name is.
He thought I was talking about Conlon. Lauren. No.
It's par for the course, My entire life, I've been tutoring cheerleaders and attractive women, and like watching them steal shit from other people and get away with it because they're pretty. Life is different, and the rules are different for pretty people. That's part of it. The fact of the matter is, they'll never be as good at things because they don't have to work as hard.
Right? Can you imagine looking over your
So
shoulder
they don't struggle as
all
much.
your
So they
life?
never really kind of get sharpened and like honed to be part of this on any level. And so they're always lacking. So I don't consider those people to be my competition, other than the fact that I got replaced in a theoretical film by her that Preston was going to do on ritual abuse. He said it wasn't going to be in the Hamlin case. That was the filmmaker's idea to do that sizzle reel. But David Lee Hamlin was on the sizzle reel, and he was the centerpiece of it.
Yeah.
And they didn't tell me they were going to do that. I found out about it
This
from
is
the
Goel.
person who did the sizzle reel. So
He
great, go behind him.
He is investigations and ritual abuse. Okay. So he's who I follow for. I hope I just didn't hit that. I think okay. Whew. He's who, he has a Substack. Now he has a website, but it's how I've kind of learned about things that are involved in Chad and Lori, in the case with them. And I kind of look at this other, it's an alleged sex ring that's been going on for decades now. It's never been able to be prosecuted because people stand in the way, blah, blah, blah. It just something always, we forgot to turn this in. It's just a bunch of bullshit. And, they had arrested David Hamlin and his ex-wife, Rosie Anderson, which is going to, I want to say, I don't know. Just know the Andersons are big to do. With the ritual generational families with this kind of abuse, which is what I'm believing. I think that Trisha is part of this system. Okay. I don't know how close she is. Time will tell, but same for Chad and mainly Chad, Lori too, but with Barry and his 95%, they're the upper 5%, and all the other people are just ugly and they'll never be as pretty as him. Gross. But just this mentality of I'm better than you, I'm elite, I can snuff you out, and I'm still God, I'm still Jesus's favorite. Basically, that's Lori's mentality, right? Separating the wheat from the tares is a good parable. She's even used it. But this guy, he was approached or whatever by someone. I'm not good at telling stories, as you can tell. Okay. But he's been digging into the Hamlin case, for years, the last, I'd say 3-4 years. And, he's gotten a lot of traction, I think, maybe not legally, but with all the stuff with Epstein and all, it's the same thing. It's just a different religion or different culture. I'll say culture because that's really more it, but they all are friends at the very top. Okay. And then, so, I've connected Tim Ballard to Diddy. I've connected him to Carlos Slim, to John Paul DeJoria, to what's that dude's name? Russ, the one that owns Virgin, whatever Airlines. You've got John Huntsman. You've got just Mormon elite. Okay, whether they're in the church or out of the church, they're still the elite. Okay, that's kind of how I look at it. But so that's what he does. And so he just kind of got to where he just don't give a shit anymore. Like, he used to not ever cuss or anything like that. But hey, I get it. This wears you down. It really does. Cause you're like, come on, y'all. It's so complex and so convoluted. It's so hard to sit there and show people the layers, and explain it in full when it's never like, it's never like publicly acknowledged because there's two systems fighting against each other. you know, and they have a lot more money. I've got more time. They have more money. But so anyways, I'm in the chat. And so I'm throwing things at them, you know, talking about Lauren, John, how she protected Tom Harrison. And I'm just kind of throwing some things at him. That way he'll just kind of, it'll hang out in his mind, you know? So that's why we're watching.
On the back and do shit. Tell
Sorry.
people I'm responsible for your defamation case and why I'm the reason you're getting sued.
Oh yeah. Plus he got a stalking injunction filed against him for a post he made on Substack, and they actually imposed it. So
Shit on my
against another alleged Church of Satan, LDS Church of Satan, Punisher named oh my God, Joe Binion, allegedly.
wife. You know, somehow it's my responsibility.
Basically, it's these people who have infiltrated the church, and they look, they appear, you know, they act, they all seem like good church going, good LDS people, but they are allegedly ravishing. And, you know, look at Lori and Chad, look at Melanie Gibb, look at these groups, you know, it's like they don't know their ass from a hole in the wall. It's bizarre, but it's like an infiltration, and they're actually Satanists. So whenever they say praise Jesus, they say praise Jesus too, but they don't, I mean, like, it's an inside joke to all of them that they're really praising Lucifer. And these are your people, Chad and Lori, who don't know right from wrong, left from right, up from down. And there's, in my opinion, Tylee and JJ in the wake. I mean, I'm not trying to weaponize that at all, but I mean, that's where my mind goes. It goes, well, that's how we got there. You know, that's how this happens, you know. I mean, I've studied this, and I'm going to continue. I'm not stopping now, but I mean, just kind of, I don't know. You know how you can kind of size someone up or size people up? I could do it as this group, you know. I don't quite know who's all in the group. I'll never know unless they're like, hey, I worship Lucifer. You know, like I will never know. But I mean, these people, again, they do a great job at infiltrating, and they're sitting there in the pew next to good people who bring their kids, who, you know, there's all these accusations, these allegations of these kids being harmed inside, you know, actual school. I'm sorry, you know, the church meeting house and stuff like that. And it's, I don't know. I just don't want kids to get hurt. I don't want people to get hurt. I don't like this. These people suck. They really are shitty people, especially to be posers, you know? And it's like, again, you can look at, like, digging into Trisha. I'm starting to see where I'm like, oh, you know, like I wasn't looking at people like Trisha or Lauren. I mean, Lauren kind of, but Trisha really wasn't looking at her like that. I just, again, it's like a veil, you know, kind of comes off, and you're like, oh, and it's like they expose themselves, and then you're like, ew. And then when you dig, and as a community, we've been digging, right? And learning different things. And I mean, it's starting to click, and I'm like, oh shit. You know, sometimes I feel like you can be too close to a situation too, or again, not looking in the right, not really, like, I'm looking at Lori and Chad and their quote unquote cult, right? Where's this cult? I'm looking at David, Melanie, Zalema, Melanie Boudreaux, Pulowski, you know, just the different people, Alex. I'm looking at all these people, but I'm not thinking of the ones who are behind a true crime advocacy, you know, where they are saying all the things and people don't seem to be outraged. But I mean, this to me has been well hidden in the sense that it's been effective. I'll just say effective, because I didn't know about any of this lawsuit stuff with Sue Pruitt from 2013 until, I mean, I ran across it even after the Lauren stuff happened on Reddit, you know, but I was like, oh yeah, it was paper form, you know, and I mean, that's a lot of paper, And that's a lot of people I don't know and a lot of things I don't know. But as a community, when Jolene bringing it to life, now and doing the Trisha voice and all that, it's like it's made it visual, audio, where I can hear it and see it and understand it and read your comments. We're all in there. We're commenting. We're just talking. We're trying to, just who knows what, and we all have like little pieces. Okay. And I mean, to me, this is just how I've learned with even, like Julie Rowe with Chad and their inner circle. This is how I've learned, by listening to podcasts to over and over and over again. But I didn't have really a collective community to do this with. So this has been awesome as far as like other people helping to shoulder the burden, and help me realize so many things. And I mean, they exposed themselves. All we're doing is taking the pieces and, that fell off their face. And we're like, oh, this goes here and this goes here. And we're just kind of solving putting the puzzle pieces together. I'll never solve it. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but to me, it's just, we're all trying, it seems. But I don't know. I'm a hush.
I was really sick. These people were saying that his wife, Alexia, was a transgender person, which was bullshit. And I'm supposed to do something to shut it down. And
right now he's talking about how he was doing podcasts or whatever. I mean, big exposés and on all these people, Levitt, The Shadows, forget the name of the series, but I guess they had a falling out. I didn't know till this, but I mean, whatever. But it was, we are the people, Utah, Jason and Alexia, I forget their last name. Preston.
And I came up out of a bed and dealt with it and put a stop to it as best I could. And I want to specify, like, my issue with Jason does not extend to his wife. Like, his wife's one of the nicest people ever. I don't think she had anything to do with any of this. I think Jason does what Jason wants to do. And, it is what it is. He benefited from my work product, and he catapulted himself to the forefront of this. The problem is, after victims go on his show and they tell their stories, they get to deal with the repercussions of it after the fact. And he just has their content. He has their story, and that's the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Think about, now that he's saying that and thinking about John Dehlin, his role, he gets their story, and then that's where it is.
Not there with him in the aftermath. Like, at the end of the day, that's what you're dealing with here, and it's your choice, As far as sitting in for David Lee Hamlin, he's imitating kind of this.
He kind of gets a little belligerent there, I think.
You and your friends, and that's kind of the issue, is that you're just some white dude from Spring City, and David Lee Hamlin is some white dude from Provo.
Some dude comes in and he's like, whoa, Trisha was here? Chris was here? I leave at the worst times. And I don't know if that dude was being sarcastic or not.
Born, I think, in Michigan. And you guys are stealing an entire culture. You dress up and you play Indian and all this other stuff. And it's really silly. Whoa, Trisha was here? Crusher was here. I leave at the worst times. Well, Axeman, this is why you don't leave my live stream. It attracts all the finest people. You never know who's going to show up. So that's why people would dread.
But I mean, like, I had talked to Goel a lot, a couple years ago now, but just I needed to talk to him about just Chad and Lori, with the meeting house, the church house being like 2.6 miles down the road. And I mean, my mind goes in the worst place, right? My mind's like, did Chad, since he was, accessing the building and everything, did he drag those kids through there? I mean, is this some sacrificial shit? Because I mean, the remains of Tylee really point to that. And JJ, sorry, but they do. This wasn't just, the kid pissed me off, and so I did what I did. They went over and above and beyond. They always extra, always. And I mean, again, Tylee is still not even in one piece to this very day. And it bothers me. It bothers me. I know she's not here anymore, but her body deserves to freaking be together. I mean, geez. and it just, to desecrate a children, and just be like, living their best lives in Hawaii at poolside in January after, they have like so many victims in their wake. And they're just like, they serve Lori and Chad, to produce the kids within 5 days. And she's sitting there with freaking Visions of Glory book, Tom Harrison's book. We're about to hear some tea though.
Dreadlocks and white people are culture vultures. And
Oh, I
it's
think
not
it's
like
the other one. Hold on.
politically correct or anything, or that I extol the virtues of Native American civilization and culture. Like, I believe cultures clash and certain cultures win and certain cultures lose. And, as much as I might not agree with some of the things that they were done to Native Americans, which are atrocious, history is brutal. And certain civilizations win and others lose. Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Let me switch it to here because I'm just showing you because he talks about Tom Harrison because I'm bringing him up, and I mean I didn't know that he thought wherever Tom Harrison always shows up in the worst places. So just, I mean I'm basically kind of half-ass quoting him, but right here this is fast. I was like, whoa. I mean it's just allegations, but
who would have presided over Mitt Romney's transition into the White House had Mitt Romney won. So here we go. Correction, contact with Hamblin and Harrison. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Karen. What specifically are you referencing? I'll await your comment. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about Tom Harrison.
Oh, hold on.
Visions of glory, priesthood blessing Tom Harrison, prophetic power Tom Harrison, who said that Tim Ballard was going to be the prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints or president of the United States one day. Well, I think we know Tom Harrison shows up in all the wrong places.
Hold on.
And he inspires all the wrong people, like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell and what's her face, Jody Hildebrandt, and Ruby Frank. Just people who kill their own kids or starve them or beat them. Tell them a legacy to be proud of, Tom.
I think so.
And of course, you're associated with Gordon Bowen
and
his ex-wife, Barbara Timothy. Hell of a legacy you're building up there in San Pete County. And also John Pontius's wife, who is reportedly stowed away because there are certain people in San Pete County who believe that John Pontius didn't die. They believe he was translated, like the 3 Nephites in the Book of Mormon. There's no end in sight to what these whack jobs believe.
That's crazy.
In the Visions of Glory crowd or the end times apocalyptic crowd. And apparently I did nail it. It was that Harrison.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I took this. What does it mean? I know Lori talks about this 3 Nephites, okay? Which is to be a translated being, that's that whole thing. But that's bullshit. It's just, that is a code phrase. Okay. When somebody says they see Jesus in a temple, it's not Jesus at all. And so she's not fucking crazy. Not that kind of crazy. She's not talking to Jesus. So anyways, let me go back because I might have, I don't know. Let me see if I got this in the right
just people who kill their own kids or starve them or beat them. Tell them a legacy to be proud of, Tom. And of course, you're associated with Gordon Bowen and his ex-wife, Barbara Timothy. Hell of a legacy you're building up there in San Pete County. And also John Pontius's wife.
Lauren's brother.
Wife, who is reportedly still.
Hold on, I just
ex-wife,
stopped
Barbara
the war
Timothy.
spot.
Hell of a legacy you're building up there in San Pete County. And also John Pontius's wife, who.
John Pontius is the ghostwriter who collaborated with Tom Harrison to write Visions of Glory. So he died almost, the book came out, it was published, and then he passed away. But he had I want to say cancer or something. I don't know which kind, but I don't know what he's saying right here. That's why I backed it up. But then y'all are probably like, who the hell is John Pontius?
San Pete County. And also John Pontius's wife, who is reportedly stowed away because there are certain people in San Pete County who believe that John Pontius didn't die. They believe he was translated, like the 3 Nephites in the Book of Mormon.
So did she die him? Is that what that means? Because that's what I took it as at first. Now I'm like, wait. Gotta do some LDS speak. Okay. I don't know. Gotta press play.
You know, there's no end in sight to what these whack jobs believe. In the Visions of Glory crowd or the End Times apocalyptic crowd. And apparently I did nail it. It was that Harrison. I don't know. I've never been able to directly substantiate a connection between Tom Harrison and David Lee Hamblin. Not to my satisfaction, which is 3 or more sources.
And then Trisha's
I've
like,
heard
where
people intimated, but
right.
nothing concrete has been offered. But in the state of Utah, you know, there are a lot of whack job therapists who engage in impropriety, who combined clinical psychology techniques with priesthood techniques or Mormon priesthood techniques.
Amen.
And they bastardized both into this kind of fusion of batshit crazy.
And then the church was like, you know, they'll recommend their member to go to such and such therapist, and they go because they're LDS approved, and then sometimes they'll pay for it. And that's what Jesse Hildebrandt was talking about. That's Jody Hildebrandt's niece. I mean, so this is a much bigger thing, whether it's, you know, organized or not. I don't really know, but I mean, it's not for me to say. I'm just saying, oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm just remembering something. Let me see where else. I'm just going through the transcript here. Where was it that he talked about? Oh, there's 15 Mormons in here. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, shit. There's nothing that says, okay, hold on. I doubt it's going to spell, yeah, it's not going to spell that right. Trying different tag words. Because I could have swore it was this one. He talks about John DeLynn. That's why I'm like, wait. I forgot. Let me pull the other one back up, and I'm gonna let him continue to talk over here while I pull that other one up about John DeLynn.
Treatment. So that's kind of what people are up against in the city. I mean, not only are you brainwashed by your church, you might be abused by a priesthood holder, possibly in your own family, and you go to your bishop to report the abuse, and he does absolutely nothing. He contacts the Kurt McConkie sex abuse hotline. They tell him, oh, don't let him report to the outside authorities. So the bishop tries to intimidate the victim from reporting to the police, and this is how things are kept quiet in the state of Utah.
Okay, I found it.
And then, of course, if you go to a therapist to get treatment at LDS Social Services or outside of LDS Social Services, you might run into somebody like David Lee Hamblin, who point blank said in a video, I believe earlier this year, that he did have sex with his patients, and it worked for some of them, but not for others. Now, I know that he copped to having sex with his patients with the Division of Occupational and Professional License.
Here's that dissociative disorder thing, you know, that he's about to talk about.
And he was stripped of his license as a clinical psychologist as a result. But
so David Lee Hamblin, I mean, he was a practicing psychologist, you know. It's wild. Let me scoot over here. So I feel like I'm taking forever. But I had asked about John DeLynn. I'm curious, okay?
I don't give a shit about John DeLynn. Like I said earlier, my impression of him has not changed, and that is, I didn't know they stack shit that high.
Tell us how you really feel.
That's my feeling about John.
Sorry, I just amped it. It'll come back. Well, maybe. All I did was amp it. Damn.
And what is it? Open Stories Foundation, OSF, whatever he calls that. That's apparently the 501c that Mormon Stories receives its financial backing from. DeLynn he's a useful fool for the church, and of course his donors are going to hand him money hand over fist to do whatever because they hate the church. And the church's donors and tithers are going to hand it money because they hate Exmos like DeLynn. And so it's two groups engaged in a pissing match with each other. The thing about throwing shit is that all you have at the end of it is hands that are covered in shit.
Yes.
And you just have shit all over you.
Yep.
And so John and Lynn and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints deserve each other. There are no heroes in that fight, folks. None. But as I've continually said, like, it's a good place to stop the podcast. It's like it is midnight, actually. And
then
I need to
it's a delay.
Sleep and prepare for tomorrow.
And so my questions kept coming in, and and then I was like, okay, I gotta stop.
I'll see you guys this weekend as I do more live streams on different topics.
All right, I know he sounds like just such a lovely guy, and I mean, right, this shit gets to you. It really what do we need? Get it all over you. Can it be a brown shirt? Just kidding. Oh my God. That's like, look, I know this is a bad analogy, but they say, it's like trying to polish a turd. And it doesn't matter. You can try and polish a turd, but you pick it up and your hands are still going to get full of poop. So, I mean, I get it. And I appreciate his determination and, how he's mapped like the neighborhoods and stuff like that, how certain members, who belong to the inverted club, they tend to buy one another's houses, and they're in like these houses. Look at what happened with Ruby Frankie's son, how he got out. You know what I mean? Like they're either in the same neighborhood, they'll go into the same neighborhood or a block of homes, where they kind of corner the lot, I guess, so to speak. And it's to keep the abuse within, I guess. Look at the Osmonds. I think Alan Osmond, the one that Chad took a photo with him, a selfie that came out at trial. I was like, what the frick? And then they had that whole sex dungeon that was discovered by this contractor. And one of the, I want to say, I don't know, don't quote me, but I want to say it was one of the Osmonds' old homes, or I don't remember. And I'm like, okay, come on now. Birds of a feather flock together. I will always believe that because I see it, you see it and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Of course, Trisha's going to back Lauren up. Of course. It's not reciprocated. Don't look like somewhat. She's not speaking out against her. Lauren's not. She's just keeping her head down, I guess. I don't know. But I watched ATS News cover Lauren's latest video or whatever on that. I'm just going to call him David because I'm 48. Okay. When we putting numbers and letters don't go together. Okay. Straight up. But, I'm typing. I can't do two things at once. Okay. I want to show you guys one more thing. Well, not really. I got to show you a couple more things. This. Let me get to the good spot, to the right spot. Because I asked him about it too. I want to throw it. I want to throw it in there. Like, do you see these things too? Here we go. All right. It's going to be a computer reading it. Okay. Well, I'll read it. This is from the Hamblin Daughters reports. There's quite a few. Okay. There's about 150 pages and 100. I don't know. There's a lot of pages, and it's it's mind warping. Okay. Talking about cannibalism, or alleged cannibalism, of course. Let me read this. So if not, it'll sound like this. Well,
In the Church of Satan, we were part of different groups who varied in some.
oh, that's really fast. All right. In the Church of Satan, we were part of different groups who varied in some practices, and the doctrine was sometimes confusing because of disagreements in interpretation from group to group. For instance, David, their dad, Hamblin, often said, allegedly, he followed the spirit of the law, whereas he said Grandpa Anderson followed the letter of the law. Grandpa's group was traditional, and from that we were told very much looked down on members with no pedigree or bloodline. So they were told all their lives basically that, you know, they looked down on members with no pedigree or bloodline. My family was fucking marked and killed. Okay. I mean, it's like bada bing, bada boom. You know, those two go together. I don't know. And it says they were also generally more specific and exact about the ceremonies, whereas my father sometimes added or changed them according to his current revelation at time. I'm sorry, no periods. At times, this really angered my grandfather, which is David's father-in-law, who often criticized David as being narcissistic despite the disagreements. However, all the groups still generally followed the high councils. You know, Chad Daybell's dad was in a high council, but I'm like, surely. And they're not just like, you know, I'm sure there's regular high councils. They invert everything, but birds of a feather. It's learned somewhere. Or at least had a common desire for secrecy and protection for satanic worship. Rosie, which is their mother, emphasized that we needed to be thin. Now, who does this remind you of? Lori had Tylee on a diet. Anyways, that we needed to be thin because they said the church CS, they call them CS for Church of Satan, which is, we call it the LDS Church of Satan. So the other Church of Satan don't come after us. Okay. Straight up. It was important for young girls to be beautiful and attractive. My mom was very critical of any fat we had on our bodies and put us on diets and cleanses, which many times just consisted of withholding food. Then they had the opposite game, which is effed up. The opposite game mentioned earlier is used because it reinforces doctrinal concepts. This is them training their children, allegedly, in young children, what Church CS, Church of Satan members call love. Okay, so for what they call love, the rest of the world, or at least the law, would call the opposite of love. Love was sexually satisfying, redacted, for example, and hate was going against the church, CS. So hate was going against their inverted church. Okay, so that's it's all warped, you know, like love is hate, hate is love. It's fucking backwards. Okay, so it's hard without the periods. And he was going against the church. They would never even think of what they did to us as abuse. Okay. They would never think of what they did to us as abuse. They said they could never be caught abusing us because they were doing the right thing. Yeah. And what was good. And they were doing the right thing and what was good and best for us. To them, they were glorifying their God, Lucifer, and raising up righteous seed unto him. Church members, CS, fully believe, at least we were taught this, that killing a person outside of the group, and especially one or the child of one who has gone against the group in any way is righteous. So they can kill a person or kill a child if that person's going against their inverted shit. Okay. And they don't look at it as that. Okay, so it says the group. I'm sorry, y'all. Especially one or the child who's going against the group in any way is righteous and furthering the Lord Lucifer's work on the earth. Murder is not murder in their minds. If anyone committed murder, it was us. They said This was so because our hearts were not fully loyal to Lucifer yet. They also do not believe they or Lucifer is evil. That is just a designation we were taught by God and Jehovah to justify what they did to him. What they did to, oh my God. We were taught our families were of a royal birthright and among Lucifer's elect and elite in the premortal world. Oh, Lori. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she was all kinds of people. Grandpa and Grandma Anderson especially stressed this about their superior generational lines. They would show us, this is the fucking part, okay? They would show us stapled pages of genealogy that had been marked for CS ordinances and other significations. They said they had their own system of red and black dots that they would put next to their names. Our charge was to bring as many souls to Satan as we possibly could. This was done through the living and the dead. Our grandmother Karma, that's really her name, spoke often, and these are all higher up people. I don't think she's alive anymore. Okay, our grandmother Karma spoke often about her father, Garrett DeJong, okay, who had learned about many, many languages and was, they said, oh my God, they said, helping us. Oh my God, I'm just going to have to fucking play it. I can't do it. I can't. Let me slow it down just a little.
Their superior generational lines. They would show us stapled pages of genealogy that had been marked for CS ordinances and other significations. They said they had their own system of red and black dots that they would put next to their names. Our charge was to bring as many souls to Satan as we possibly could. This was done through the living and the dead. Our grandmother Karma spoke often about her father, Garrett DeJong, Jr., who had learned about many, many languages and was, they said, helping us proselytize in the spirit world and bring more spirits to Satan. Grandpa also worshipped Oliver Cowdery as having been an elect member of the church, CS, in his day. They also spoke about some prophecy they hoped to see fulfilled about Joseph Smith's descendants joining. We were often told by Dad, Mom, and others of the countless gatekeepers the church, CS, had positioned in the world and especially in Utah. This was often part of the threats they gave us. They said these loyal to Satan, male and female gatekeepers were in high and low places and professions where they could easily intercept, intervene, and control threats to the church, CS, such as professors, attorneys, judges, doctors, psychologists, and more. We were taught CS doctrine by family and other church, CS, members. We were told the church's goal is to raise and restore to Lucifer to his rightful heritage, to be successor to the throne of God and to become even more powerful than our Heavenly Father. The paterfamilias is the term for the father/husband/eldest male, if there is no present parent, of the household in the church CS. Traditionally, the will/desire of the father is law. Women and children are his direct possession or chattel and ultimately treated as such. Children are often used as collateral for getting ahead. David and Richard each had the role of paterfamilias. Dad was not quite as strictly traditional as his elders. Mom often bragged about how good she was at manipulating Dad into doing what she wanted. She said he had never done anything impressive on his own, she had always been behind the scenes, pulling the strings. He told us, however, that he was intellectually superior and often called her a manipulative bitch. As mentioned, she loved the women's retreats she would go to with her CS friends, and she told us they often talked about how women were being repressed. Dad would tease Mom about going because Mom reported that they had a lot of lesbian sexual encounters there. Whenever the paterfamilias gave you money, favors, or gifts, it would be your obligation to accept it and whatever they later collected as payback for it with gratitude and humility, at their discretion, rape, etc. As a child, especially a female child, and more so as the peacemaker in your family, it was your duty to constantly, publicly and within your home, express adoration and affection for your father. Peacemakers must set a good example. In the Church of Satan, obedience to elders is supreme. They use the council system more than the legal system. Satan's laws are enforced by each group's council with high councils at the top with the other higher leaders, such as Master Mahan. Some of the other council titles are the Peacemaker, Enforcer of the Peace, basically silences everyone, the deaf one, deaf to Jesus Christ, the Deceiver, above public suspicion, the conspirator, the witness, the record keeper, and the punisher. In everyday conversation, council members were often called elders. Women are not allowed on these councils. Sometimes a member will fall from grace and lose whatever standing/position they have in the church, CS. They are brought before one of the councils, depending on the severity, and at the very least, this event brings immense shame on the person and their family, or, at its most severe, torture, mutilation, and death. The peacemaker, this is the person who maintains peace. There is a head peacemaker in each branch or group of this church, but there is also a head peacemaker for the church. They are to represent the group by stopping them from doing things that could hurt the group and keep people quiet when there are problems. There is also a peacemaker in each family, although this person is usually the first child, it is not necessary. If the first child is not strong enough to control other children in the family, then sometimes they will add a second peacemaker, or give the responsibility to some other child entirely. The punisher, this person is the one who punishes others in their jurisdiction or stewardship. An example of punishers include Gordon Bowen and Joe Binion. Gordon Bowen is important as he is not only on some council, but he is the punisher for the whole church. They both learn tactics to really hurt people and sometimes even kill them as punishment. The witness, this person records things and makes sure they can testify of anything they need to the council or outside of the group if needed. The terror, David often called this Magarmisabig or something similar to that. From what Redacted told me, I think they are the people that try to get victims to go insane. The conspirator, Rosie and David often called David Levitt the conspirator. From what they said, people in this role are assigned to attack anyone who may be a threat to the group by starting rumors, planting false information and evidence that would take down anyone who is against the groups. They send people to bug houses, send threats, watch, listen, and gather information.
Wallen? Just kidding. I don't know why it stopped. It's still going.
He thought ritualistic sex abuse.
All right. So, while I'm right here, these things are crazy. Which window or which tab? Hold on. I'm looking for it. I just pulled it up. Okay, here it is, way over here. Okay, now this is important because Neil A. Maxwell was another apostle. And so Justin Riggs, the guy I was telling you about earlier, did this show right here on We Are the People, Utah, exposed Utah's hidden abuse scandal. And this was August 27, 2025. It was such a eye-opener. Okay, I'm going to drop the link in the chat too. But just listen to this part because Neil A. Maxwell was somebody that Tom Harrison was claimed to be friends with, okay? That lived in the same ward, that, told him not to write his book, Visions of Glory. And then after Neil A. Maxwell died, Tom Harrison publishes it. A book can't murder people, okay? But I do feel strongly that it's like they look for a different language than us. And that's why I open my mind up to these things. Like, okay, they say it's in plain sight. Then what the fuck am I missing? What am I not attuned to? And once you start seeing it, you can't stop. Like, you can't shut it off. So don't even go there if you're not willing to commit. Okay, because it takes you. You don't take it. You're like, oh. Okay, so I may not be able to repeat what people say, but I hang on to the words. And I can point there. But, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a culture shock, too. But just listen, because they're talking about what happens whenever this is the alleged bountiful sex ring that, blames two of the people are Brenda and Dick Miles, which I told you earlier was the late apostle Russell Nelson. He died last year. He was a skull and bone. And his daughter was Brenda Miles, and her husband was Richard, aka Dick Miles. And, I have a text from Lauren saying that they were in her ward. So was Tom Harrison. So are all these people, right? She only gives you a little bit.
Again, key element right there. Remember that. Subsequently, the children of Plaintiff Group 1 and their mother were approached by Neil A. Maxwell, another apostle of the church, who gave each of the children and their mother a priesthood blessing in an attempt to help them heal from the horrors of the sexual abuse and crimes committed against them. In these blessings, Maxwell discussed how the perpetrators of the sexual crimes made horrible choices and that God would be the judge of the perpetrators. Maxwell further blessed each of them for comfort and instructed them to forgive and forget.
And again, he's not implicated directly, but he is part of the alleged cover-up.
This
Correct.
is
So again,
right here.
Evidence here suggests that he believed these children. He was a friend of the grandparents. The grandparents were instrumental in bringing him into the situation, and they explained to him exactly what was going on. He believed them, but, and I'm sure Justin will cover this, nothing was done.
Did he live in Bountiful also? Was he part of this community, or?
I don't know. I don't think he was part of the community, but he was friends with Marion Burroughs and Nicholas Grosbeck-Smith, the grandparents.
Elder Maxwell shows up quite often in abuse cases inside of the church as well.
So does Tom Harrison, don't he?
Tyler, I don't know if we want to take any time to talk about it, but he has a Hamblin case tie-in as well. He recommended or counseled the wife of David Hamblin to marry him, and that's been recorded. And so Elder Maxwell appears to have been sort of the go-to guy, one of the go-to guys inside of the church hierarchy whenever these types of situations would crop up. You'll find his name in many, many abuse cases.
Yeah, as someone who has dug deep into the Hamlin case, that was a very curious connection there when...
This is Rosie. She used to be married to David Hamblin, the guy we've been talking about. David Hamblin. This is the Hamblin case that I always talk about. She was arrested back in 2022, I want to say. This is a cutout from whenever her and David, their wedding announcement. Okay, so this is what happens. There's a tie-in. What they're saying is there's a tie-in with this apostle giving a blessing to Rosie when she was having cold feet to marry Hamblin. But, these things are generational, I'm telling you. And it's just a weird tie-in. I'm telling you, Tom's going to pop up over there in the Hamblin case. He's all around it. He's sharking around it. And if Chad Daybell wasn't meeting with Tom Harrison right before my family's murders, I wouldn't be bitching so much. I wouldn't really have, but I mean, he was meeting with Julie and Chad in his Salt Lake City office to teach them how to portal, which is another word for remote view, astral project. It's what Lori considered was her gift. And she said, my Uncle Charles was blocking her gifts. Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying? And so he was an obstacle, right? And we know what happens to obstacles with Lori and Chad and their mission. So who gave Chad this mission? Who gave Tim Ballard this mission? Who gave Julie Rowe her mission? Who is handing out these missions? Okay.
And we heard a disclosure from Roselle Hamlin Stevenson, the parent, the mother of the Hamlin daughters, when she disclosed to them in a secretly recorded tape that the Provo police have disclosed that Neil A. Maxwell was the one who sealed her and David Hamblin in 1976.
So in all your study, you think that this is the best explanation?
Oh, the only
The study of
explanation I
the
can
ritual
think
stuff?
of, no, is some kind of programming that I may have had as a small child, or when I met David, or when David was small. I mean, I can't explain why I felt like I had a witness that I was supposed to marry him, and then I had such horrible cold feet right before I was going to marry him, but I went and talked it over with the man who was going to marry us, with Neil Maxwell.
You talked over it? Talked it over with Neil Maxwell?
Yeah, he performed our ceremony. He gave me a blessing in his office. I had
You never
cold
told
feet.
me that.
I had horrible cold feet.
You just said that
I
you told her, and she said something like, it's too late. You talked this over with Neil Maxwell?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wasn't one of the 12 involved in the Bassett case as well?
we've at some point need to do a show on the Bassett case, because there's a lot of similar cover-up things there too.
Yep.
See, and I know very minimal about the Bassett case, so I'm like, oh shit, who's the Bassetts? And then I'm like, they're gonna tie in. You know, Justin Riggs right here in the top right corner, he's done at length. Okay, he talks about the Mount Olympus. Okay, which brings us kind of maybe full circle to what we saw earlier with the Ambassador Club, or was it the Cottonwood Country Club? I don't remember. But anyways, I'm working this angle, and it really feels like we're going to run smack dab into Trisha. Okay. I feel like Trisha might have allegedly come from a generational family. And what I mean by that is these people who train their children to, they split their minds. Okay. So they can program them. That's the whole point of that. And they do that by sexual experiences, abuse, by raping and molesting them. Okay. All right. Got it out. It's just, that's hard to taste those words, my God, I can't fathom it, but it's what's kind of going on here. It's intentional. And I don't know. It's generational. It's like they do this to infants, allegedly. They do this, and then the kids abuse the other kids. And then, you've got people who grow up and turn into Jody Hildebrandt, who turn into Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow Daybell, Julie Rowe. You got people who turn into, it's like hurt people. And I have no doubt in my mind that, that Jody, Ruby, Lori, Chad, I have no doubt that they were abused. Maybe, possibly. I mean, it's definitely, and they all have this like sadistic trait, the fascination with death, the fascination with, like, look at Lauren, the egregious words, the shock value of the words. They're exploitative. They just cringe. They know no boundaries either, but I want to kind of look, this is what popped in my mind earlier. I'm going to throw it out there. You do with it what you will. Let me know for sure, though, if y'all can, your feedback, and tell me if Trisha is, this is the compilation that Olot put together. Another day, another alleged stalker. There's quite a few, but it's just a compilation of all, well, not all, but a lot of Trisha's, my stalker story, my stalker, and her cousin, and, Craig. And what I'm thinking is, it sounds like, what if Trisha, because she claims that he accuses her of having sex with children. That's huge. Like, when I finally registered what the hell she was saying, I was like, wait, no, nobody just says that. Nobody just says that. And what if he's accusing her of, maybe he was harmed, or maybe they were put into a situation as children. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, these are the things running through my mind, because this is kind of how this works in a ritualistic generational family with these elites, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. But just, could Greg be, really retaliating, or not retaliating, but just trying to get people to like believe him, right? That, maybe Trisha harmed him. And like, so that would be her victim. If this were true, Greg would be her victim. And so he's reacting to the abuse, right? He has every right, if this is true, to react the way he's reacting. And if true, this would be Trisha calling him crazy and using lawfare, to weaponize it to shut him up. Just, theory. Put on your tinfoil hats. I don't know. Just kind of look at it with that lens and tell me if I'm just stupid. Okay. I hope I am, because I don't know. It just kind of makes sense. Thank you.
You never know when someone's going to be a stalker. And I want everybody to realize that. Man or woman, if you're friendly to another person, just briefly, they can turn out to be a stalker. You never know. You just never know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just boosted it.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to say it was 2003, maybe. I got an email from somebody who said that his friend had a great theory on the John Benet Ramsey case. And it was a really good theory. And he thought it really could break the case wide open. But his friend was in federal prison. So he was writing for his friend and was wondering if, and I can't even remember if I was going to go through him or whatever. And I said, oh, that's interesting. Okay, let me know. And then this guy wrote me a couple of other times. Fast forward. I get a call. Oh my God, again, I can't remember the years. 2008, maybe, 2009. Again, can't remember the year. And it's from this guy that was in prison. And it might have been, actually, at first it was an email. And
let me see, I'm about to speed it up.
And then I believe we talked on the phone. And I think he found my phone number. Anyway, I got his narrative of what he thought happened in the John Benet Ramsey case. And he said, I really want to work with you because I think it's a great idea. And, I really want to do something. And I said, okay, well, what were you in prison for? And he claimed he was set up by the government for selling pot.
Okay.
Well, I checked. I was able to check. And he was in prison for robbing an armored car company. I believe he worked for the company. And he was able to steal $250,000. And then he tried to hire people to kill abortion doctors.
Allegedly,
that's why he was in prison. And that's why I said, no, thank you. I wrote him an email and I said, you weren't truthful with me about why you're in prison. I'm sorry, I would not feel comfortable working with you. However, I wish you the best and good luck. I'm trying to remember what happened after that, but something happened and he was very angry with me, really angry. He wrote me a really nasty email. And then he went on a forum called Topics. Do you remember Topics? It's no longer here. No. And Topics got sued because they would just allow anybody to say anything. And they kept getting sued. And I don't know if that's why they're no longer here, but they're no longer here. And pretty much you could go on there and say anything. But Topics had a unique feature in that wherever you were posting from, it would put it on your post. So if I'm posting from this part of Utah, it would say, blah, 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 Utah. And he's on Topics just bitching about me, saying all kinds of things. And he's saying horrible things about the Boulder Police Department. And he really started to worry me because he was just so, if I remember correctly, he was so hateful and so angry that I had the audacity to tell him I didn't want to work with him. Well, then again, I can't remember, but he started to say things about the police department in Boulder, and it worried me because if I remember correctly, they were violent things. It's just very scary. So I called and I talked to one of the detectives there, and I said, look, there's this guy. And by the way, it took me forever to get this person to call me back. I kept calling him and saying, there's this dangerous, I think, stalker that's going to come to Boulder, and you need to know about it. Call me. And anyway, they finally called me. It took me a while to get them, and I told them, and they took all the notes. And he's going on, and he's saying things that are very troubling. And then he says words to the effect, Trisha, I'll swing by and say hi. And he posted that, and it was in Los Angeles. A few days later, hey, and I'm paraphrasing. Hey, Trish, I'm going to come by and say hello. He's in Las Vegas. And then he says something about heading his way to Boulder. And on his way to Boulder, he'll be sure and swing by St. George, Utah, I think is where it was. Obviously, he's coming toward me. Keep in mind that my other stalker, my cousin, my second cousin, had already put up the map with my house and everything on it. You know, the Google map with directions. So obviously this guy knows where I live. I went to the FBI and in Salt Lake, and I was terrified. I said, okay, here's this guy. He robbed an armored car. He took the money, tried to find assassins to kill doctors that performed abortions. And I said, and now he's been saying all this horrible stuff about me, but it walked right up to the line. It was never, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to cut you, I'm going to shoot you, nothing like that, but enough to scare me.
Head on platter.
I went to the FBI and they looked at it and basically said, you know, nothing we can do. It's not saying anything bad. He's saying he's going to come say hello. And I said, yeah, because he hates me and that's what he's been talking about. And their advice to me was to get a gun, which I did.
That's what Craig
then,
said.
Apparently, now I am not sure if he posted this or he actually called like the assistant chief of police, but the message from him was something along the lines of blood will run in the streets when I get there. And that was directed toward a police officer, and bang, he was arrested. A few years later, I get a phone call and they're like,
and bam,
it was in Los Angeles. It was a federal court, but it was in Los Angeles. And they said, we're trying to figure out who alerted the Boulder Police Department to this guy, and we think it's you. We need you to come and testify. And I said, great, let's do it. And he was representing himself, so he got to ask me questions. And the one thing they told me when I went into court, they said the judge is really mean, and if you do anything wrong, he will get so mad at you. Literally within 15 seconds of me being on the stand, he had threatened to throw me out. And I didn't say anything. I just, they had told me that I could not bring up any of his prior acts.
404B.
And he asked me a question. It was something like, why do you think I'm smart enough to hurt you, to come and find out where you live? Well, the reason was because he was smart enough to rob an armored car and try and hire an assassin. But I couldn't say that. So I hemmed and hawed, and the judge got really mad at me, and I just got him to cry. But anyway, and the judge was actually trying to help him, saying, okay, sir, you can't, if you want to ask that, go ahead. But
that's what happens in a pro se situation. He is protecting, just like with Lori, y'all. If I wouldn't have watched it for myself, I would not know what she's talking about. But I'm like, the judge was doing what judges are supposed to do, it sounds like. And that's an authority figure to Trish. And it sounds like for her being in true crime all these decades, I mean, I know that. And I'm a simpleton.
But maybe the answer is not what we want. You know,
because Lori would say whatever she wanted to talk to Nancy Joe or whatever, and then he was like, "Are you sure? Because you kick that door open, you know, there's nothing I can do." And we're like, "Yeah, kick it down, bust it down," you know. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like 404B evidence wasn't able to be brought in, and it sounds like he was pro se, like she said, and the judge was doing his due diligence to, you know, make it to where it's not a mistrial or appeal.
Okay, sir, you can't. If you want to ask that, go ahead. But maybe the answer is not what we want. Or, you know, he's very good at dancing around the topic, so the stalker would know what not to ask. Then the prosecuting officer forgot to get me my ticket home. And I'm sitting there in the office, and I said, I need a ticket. Nobody knew what to do. And I didn't have any money to get home. And I just remember, I'm just, what the hell? I was, oh God, I felt like the biggest loser. It was awful. Finally, they found some ratty.
It would be like us. Okay. This is basically everybody that was wronged by Lauren, you know, and we're like, revolt, you know, that's what I think of. So perhaps if they compared notes, they would, you know, have YouTube channels just going on and on and on, poking holes in all their shit, you know, just like us. Critics.
Little puddle jumper airplane like that. I got home, but yeah, it was nuts. I think I told you, my second cousin, first stalker, second cousin. He had a frontal lobe damage problem.
Discredited.
And that's all he did was harass people because he had no ability to filter and understand what he was doing.
That really sounds like the stuff that goes on with generational abuse. I'm just being honest. If I can throw my opinion in here, my little I wonder.
Yeah, frontal lobe damage, boy, that can mess up everything. I know of a stalker who has stalking restraining orders against them in 3 different states. Guess what they are? They're a anti-stalking advocate. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, one day I'll do a stalker show. And what's funny is I don't even know these people are stalking me until it's usually Levi. He'll say, "Have you seen what they've said about you on Twitter?" I'm like, "Who?"
I'm wondering now if Levi's Mr. Bright Breakfast.
Who? What?
But I'm sure I'm wrong.
And it'll be this big, long, involved story. And I'm just sitting here. I'm not doing anything. I mean, I love Levi because he's always able to find this stuff out. It is crazy. I found out just how great Google Street View was when my stalker put up these maps for everybody to see how to get to my house, and they were all Google Maps.
Didn't Trisha actually put her own address out for people to, if they wanted to send her gifts or, maybe a tip? So what is the fucking difference?
I mean, it's just like
that's like Lauren putting out her kid's name and picture and face and video and all that shit. And then, oh my God, that's, that was the reason that she struck my video, blah, blah, blah. And it's not. So it's that kind of shit.
Stood on my porch and took a picture. Yeah, that was really fun. Let me tell you. Oh God, I had a crazy psycho stalker once on radio, on my radio show. He made a book of Trisha, literally like a Bible thing. Oh God, it was creepy. I'll tell you about it sometime. It's the weirdest damn thing. Wow. Yeah, and it was a part of a cult. It wasn't a Trisha cult, but they were trying to get me in the cult. And
I think you're in it.
And so this guy wrote this book of Trisha, and he did a book of John and a book of Dan, and he sent it to me. It was a book. It was just, I can't even remember, but it was just this bizarre, rambling religious stuff. And then my name thrown in there every so often. Probably did the exact same thing with everybody and just, threw people's names in there to impress them.
They might have been marking her red mark, black mark, or light or dark, or, use your own lingo, fill it in.
But it was weird. It was religious, and they had some message for me, and they felt I was giving them a message. And yeah.
I'm going to be doing a special stalking episode in the next few weeks here, and I'm hoping Cheryl will join us because we kind of have a joint, I wouldn't say a joint stalker. She didn't really do much to me like she did Cheryl. But we're going to do a very special edition about stalking, and it's going to be very difficult because the people who are the stalkers are people who are victims of crime or say they're victims of crime.
There's too many.
And they're not.
Or
and
say
really
they're
difficult and really hard, but you know what? It needs to be brought forward. And to be honest, I'm sick.
Let's hear that again. Because she says or say they are victims of crime, which is where that website comes into, where we're not gonna get to it tonight, but this is I'm doing this tonight, tomorrow night, and Monday I'm having a members only. Okay, where we're gonna talk about the web of Spook. We pretty much got everything else out the way after this tonight. And then tomorrow, I don't even know how, we're not gonna make it through this tonight. But I mean we can, but I don't know. Anyways, that's where the Web of Spook website comes in. Where it's hold on, let me grab it real quick. I'm sorry. Right here. It didn't lay the links like I wanted it to, of course. All right, go to. It's here. This is the rise. I didn't make this. Somebody else did. I just found it. And it's a short story. Chapter 1, The Rise of Tricia Boudet. I don't know. I'm Cajun French, so laissez le bon temps rouler, okay? Boudet. In fact, like whenever I'd pout as a kid, my dad would be like, "Stop boudetting." So there you go. Tricia Boudet was a force to be reckoned with in the small town of Apple, Texas. Wink, wink. As a true crime sleuth, she had carved out a niche for herself as the administrator of a popular true crime forum called Scale the Truth. With her years of experience as a small town radio DJ, sharp wit, and relentless determination, she had amassed a loyal and modestly large following of true crime enthusiasts who hung on her every word. Anyways, it goes into where these victims advocates start turning up missing, and I'm like, holy shit. But I'm going to show you the comments. I mean, the Dreadful Penny fan said, Tricia Grifton is getting exposed big time. Karma is amazing. This was just April 15th, 2026. And right here, Jolene Lunzer, anonymous, said, Jolene Lunzer is a hero. It's about time the biggest con artist in true crime is exposed. Thank you, Jolene. April 14th, 2026. Okay. I mean, just people saying, oh my God, you know. But the short story, I mean, I sent it to Jolene, but I guess she didn't really understand. I don't know. Because this would be perfect. The forum was a double-edged sword. While it provided a platform for discussing unsolved cases and sharing theories, it also became a breeding ground for misinformation and vitriol. Trisha thrived on the drama, often stirring the pot by promoting her own theories and attacking anyone who dared to disagree with her. She did this using multiple sock accounts to engage lurkers to join the platform. Quote, anyone who doesn't see the truth is just part of the problem. She would often say, her nappy dark, I didn't write it, her nappy dark blonde hair framing her face as she typed furiously at her keyboard. We need to expose the lies and hold people accountable for what they do. Her followers adored her, but the line between advocacy and obsession blurred. Trisha's need for validation and control drove her to extremes, and she began to spread lies and propaganda about those she deemed unworthy. And then, you know, the dark side of the forum. Anyway, so, yeah. So this is tomorrow, and this is today.
Hard, but you know what? It needs to be brought forward. And to be honest, I'm sick of having one or two people out there writing stuff about me that is absolutely ridiculously false. So I'm getting together with a couple of people. We're gonna do a very special episode, probably a couple of episodes on that. If she had a frontal lobe injury, yeah, her brain is not firing correctly. That's like my second cousin, the stalker, the one who all he does is stalk people, literally. He had a frontal lobe brain injury, and that's all he does. He's in his 50s, and all he does is try and terrorize people. It's awful. It's awful. But last I heard, he was arrested for harassing a prosecutor over the phone. He's just, if you talk to him for the first 5 minutes, you think he's okay. And then after that, you're like, there's something odd about this guy. Yeah. Yeah, he did some pretty horrible things, and I had to get a restraining order against him. He's my second cousin. My cousin bought a cabin just a little bit down the road there. And then so she'd drop him off every summer, and we'd have to deal with him. He was a monster. But again, it was his frontal lobe. It was an injury. Doesn't excuse it, because he knew right from wrong, but he should have been institutionalized just on the fact that he was such a danger to everybody. So I haven't heard from him in a while. I don't know what's going on. He's probably in prison. My second cousin did not go to, he's been in and out of jail his whole life. The restraining order, I think has, what happened was the restraining order was eventually, I didn't renew it, but the judge ordered that he could not come up here unattended anymore. So if he's ever up here, he couldn't come up here unattended, and he was not allowed down here by my cabin. So I would never see him even if he was up here, because his parents, my cousin and her husband, used to drop him off
because they didn't want to deal with him. And so he'd be up here all summer at their cabin, and it was a nightmare. And God, everybody had a restraining order against him. One guy came out with a gun, almost shot him because he was peeking in his daughter's window. I mean, he was very scary, and it's sad because, again, frontal lobe damage, it's not his fault. But that doesn't mean we need to suffer. Something needs to be done with him. So when the judge made that ruling, I didn't go back and get the restraining order renewed. So, and I haven't had a problem since. But unfortunately, he put up everywhere the Google, my address, the Google map to my house, a picture of my house, my phone number, and said that I like to party around 2 a.m. and I like to rape children. So if anybody was a pedophile, they could come to my house. Yeah. He put that up. What he did is he opened up like about 20 windows on Web Sleuths. And then almost all at the same time,
again, what if there's unresolved something? Okay. What if they were kids and this happened? And, you know, maybe, I don't know. Is she older? Sounded kind of like it, huh? If he's in his 50s and she's in her 60s. I mean, I don't know, but she was also, remember that, I don't know much about this, but I did run across that wind chime moderator or something she had, you know, that was a convicted child offender who, anyways, I looked you just kind of go all kinds of different ways with these forums. Okay. And my brain already does that well enough on its own. So I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I don't know what I just stepped in, but I mean, I read somewhat of what was being said about that wind chime lady. And it was kind of the same thing, having relations in front of children watching. And I mean, like downright vulgar stuff, you know, it's fucking gross. Okay. No child should be subjected to that. But, you know, here we are. And that person allegedly, you know, Trisha had that person working for her Web Sleuths website, allegedly. And, you know, that's no bueno. And it's not like she handled the problem. She waited till, I forget what happened. I want to say, I don't remember. Anyways, if you know, you know, type it in the chat. Enlighten us all, please. I'm just saying. So what is this? What's Greg really saying? Does Greg really need justice?
So if anybody was a pedophile, they could come to my house.
All right, let's back.
I'm everywhere. The Google, my address, the Google map to my house, a picture of my house, my phone number, and said that I like to party around 2 a.m. and I like to rape children. So if anybody was a pedophile, they could come to my house. Yeah.
Sounds like
he put that up. What he did is he opened up like about 20 windows on Web Sleuths. And then almost all at the same time, he, you know, hit post, and all the same link came up.
He did a raid.
To a website he created about me. And this was all because
he just did a Greg raid is what he did, but back then. I'm laughing because, you know,
he opened up like about 20 windows on Web Sleuths. And then almost all at the same time, he, you know, hit post, and all the same link came up, and it went to a website he created about me. And this was all because I had given a statement to the sheriff because my other neighbor had a restraining order against him. And I saw him come down, go by my neighbor's house and flip him off. And so my neighbor called the sheriff for violating the restraining order, and I was a witness. Well, he found out I was the witness, and that's what he did. And I called my cousin, and I said, I know he lives in your basement. Well, we're not responsible for him. And I said, no, you are. He lives in your basement. And I don't care if he pays for his own internet. I don't care because he gets disability. I said, you tell him to take that stuff down right now, or there's going to be trouble. And tell him now. Oh, I don't think, no, he did it. Go tell him.
Was this the same cousin that, you know, whenever she claims that, what's his face? Oh my God. Ted Bundy tried taking her from that mall or whatever. And she ran to her second cousin, but then she called home anyways. And her brother came and picked her up. We're going to have to do a comparison on those, a compilation, because, yeah, she was on Jim Rathbone, whatever his name is, Rathman's channel, like a couple weeks ago, I guess. And she retold that story again.
10 minutes later, it's down. But didn't stop him. Every once in a while, I'll find something that he posted about me on some weird, odd place.
What are
So
you doing?
that was really fun.
Well, it sounds like you've got to go look for it. It sounds like Lauren sending all her friends to go, basically raid Christina's TikTok, including yourself, Trisha. That's what it sounds like.
10 minutes later, it's down. But didn't stop him. Every once in a while, I'll find something that he posted about me on some weird, odd place. So that was really fun. My stalker I was so lucky. My stalker was family. He was my cousin's son, who is is a very disturbed individual, very dangerous, very scary.
You're very dangerous.
Because I signed a witness statement against him, he decided to stop. Oh,
that's not why he's quote unquote stalking you. That's not like you've already said, he's accusing you of partying at 2:00 in the morning and R-wording kids. That's what he is saying. That's the root. Okay. So the rest is fluff.
It was awful. It was just awful. I think I told you he signed up on Web Sleuths, and this is all he does is stalk people. Because
okay,
he's got problems. And he knows how to use a computer, and he knows how to stalk people. That's what he does. But he was so angry that I signed this witness statement. My neighbor had a restraining order against him, and he drove up to my neighbor's house and flipped the bird and drove.
Remember how I was telling you the neighbor, like that, I'm just saying, these abusers, these ritual abusers, these generational abusers, they kind of live in these areas where they keep the abuse within. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of geographically, is this a place where maybe this man as a boy, even, I don't know. I'm just I'm reading between the lines, I guess. Trying to. Because you're not going to get the truth out of this one, in my opinion.
Away, and I saw him do that. And the sheriff asked me for a statement, so I gave him one. Well, then he started stalking me. He joined Web Sleuths and, opened up all these windows on Web Sleuths and posted this at the same time. This is something about Tricia Griffith, loves to rape children. Here's her address. Here's her Google map. Now, this was like, I don't know. It was a while ago. Before anybody knew how to use Google, and it showed a picture of my house and everybody come up and party. It gave them my address, how to get there, in a very secluded area, and my phone number. Yeah, that was lovely. Then he started making websites about me, about how I like to. It's just awful. It was pretty horrible. But then I got a lifetime restraining order against him too. So I feel sad for my cousin. This is her son. And he's been damaged ever since he was a little kid. I don't know what happened.
Been damaged since he was a little kid.
And this is all he does now.
Sorry.
He should be in a...
I didn't mean to yell in your ear, but I got excited. I was on another tab. So let's back that up. He's been like that since he was a little kid. This to me sounds like, what?
Got a lifetime restraining order against him too. So I feel sad for my cousin. This is her son. And he's been damaged ever since he was a little kid. I don't know what happened, but something pretty bad. And this is all he does now. He should be in a group home, but he can't because he's too violent. So he's gonna end up in prison. He literally lives in their basement and does this to people. Last time I heard, he was in jail for stalking a prosecutor by phone. Isn't that smart? Yeah. Prosecutor in Salt Lake was prosecuting for some stalking. And he started stalking her. I had a female stalker too. Those are the worst. My female stalker was a woman that I actually worked with. She was the receptionist at a radio station, and she became obsessed with me. And people sometimes mistook her voice for my voice when she answered the phone. And she started like wigging out on that and telling people that she had been hired at all these radio stations because she sounded like me, and that they had fired me to hire her because she sounded so much like me. She tried to run me off the road one day, but it wasn't me. It was my coworker who she thought was me.
It was her doppelganger. Did y'all know that? It was her Trisha doppelganger.
And she would leave me these weird messages, telling me how much she loved me, and then calling me the C word. And this was back, 1989, before big stalking laws happened. There really wasn't much I could do. I called her mother
again.
And, this one was in her 30s, which actually was in her 40s. I was in my early 30s. I was 30. And she says, oh, she's just mouthy. And I said, well, here's the deal. I said, everybody knows that she's your daughter. So if something happens to me, you've been told, and I'm going to hold you responsible. And I said, and this was like, it was great. I worked at like the #1 station. I said, and everybody on this radio station will be talking about you and your daughter. So get her to leave me alone, or there's going to be trouble. Next to the death of a loved one, to see everything you've worked for.
Next to the death of a loved one.
You know, people tried to take it away from me, and people were posting things about me that weren't true.
I can't stand this woman right now, right here. I'm just like, she's doing that thing that she did whenever she explained that she captured that recording of illegal and against the rules recording of John Ramsey at CrimeCon last year. I mean, come on. There's video of her premeditating. There's video of her actually doing it, bragging about doing it, and then saying she's going to show everybody on Monday when she gets back. She did. And this is where she's like, oh, it was an accident. It was an accident. And you're like, does that work for you how many speeding tickets you got? Okay. Never mind. Well, how do your tires get bald anyways? You know, like, where do you go?
So get her to leave me alone, or there's going to be trouble. Next to the death of a loved one, to see everything you've worked for, just, you know, people tried to take it away from me, and people were posting things about me that weren't true.
She doesn't take, I mean, well, I don't know what she takes notes on. I don't know if she's adding up the money that she's collecting now in her little handy dandy notebook. I mean, I don't know, but she never knows anything about a case. Nothing.
And they were posting some things that were true, but they were very private, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but
which were they? Can you tell us which ones were true?
But there wasn't any reason for it other than she wanted web sleuths. I was hit with it out of left field.
She was jealous, right? Sue was jealous, and she just wanted what you have that you didn't work for, that you've used people, in my opinion, allegedly, to give the facade, you know, to give that image, because that's all it is. That's all it is. And it's not very great.
Didn't see it coming. I couldn't figure out why the mods weren't talking to me, why everyone was giving me the silent treatment. I had no idea. And she was telling people that I was stealing money from little old ladies on the forum, and that I had stolen all the money, and I was doing, you know, embezzling and doing all it. None of it.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Was true. It was terrible.
Oh, no,
it was traumatizing, you know. And I have one friend that said
she was dry begging.
Oh, you always act the victim. And I'm like, no, I'm not acting the victim. I'm telling you what happened and how it made me feel, you know. And that's how it made me feel. It made me feel like crap. And I didn't know how to stop it. It was like trying to stop a train. It just kept going and going. They even had one of their people with my ex-business partner was the one behind it, but they opened a forum based on, it was supposed to be about missing persons, but it was all about my so-called crimes, and that's all they talked about. They even allowed my stalker to join, and he posted these horrific lies. They were just, it was ridiculous what he was saying, and they just let him post. And I wrote them and I said, I know you hate me. I said, but please, this man is a stalker. I said, I have a restraining order against him, but I can't prove it's him, but I know it's him. I said, he is lying. Please, please stop. And then my son saw it, you know, and it's like, oh my God, he was a teenager. It was just terrible. I have a couple of crazy, weird stalker types on Twitter too, that, again, I really am going to do a show about these people, because it's not just me, it's other people that they're harassing. And I've worked on it off and on with another woman who you will love. She is great. And it's a pretty wild story, because it's not the fact that they, you know, troll us or post horrible lies about us, that they're hilarious, but it's what's happened in their lives and what they have done and how they have taken an event in their life and twisted the truth to try to their advantage, to try and make it to their advantage. And that'll all make sense to you once we do these shows, but I am working on it. So I had a a stalker who represented himself twice. I've had this happen twice, where I've been in court and the stalker got to cross-examine me. And, both times they just wanted to annoy me. I'm not comparing my case, but 2 times, once in federal court, once in state court, the stalker, the person that threatened my life, was allowed to come up and kind of get close to me and talk to me. It was crazy, but because they were representing themselves. She would do her best to try and upset them and get them all riled up. She just can't wait to get them on the stand, I'm sure. And that's what stalkers do all the time. Yeah, that's what my stalker did. He couldn't wait to get me up there twice. Yeah, you've got to be safe online. I've told you the story of the crazy stalker I had that was sent to federal prison. It was frightening as hell. And I still have people that are just crazy that go after me. I don't put anything up that they say. I don't bring any attention to it because that's what they want. But somebody just sent me the stuff they were saying now. And it's all horrible stuff and not true. And I report it. Nothing is done. Nobody will do anything, It was so hateful and it was so bad right off the bat. And one thing my lawyers told me, they said, if you answer any of this stuff on the internet, we will fire you. So I sat quiet the whole time and until we settled. And I'm not allowed to say what we settled for, but I can tell you the story. It was really hard.
The best thing that Sue Pruitt and her attorneys could have done was get an NDA and smack it on her ass so she couldn't say a damn thing. Oh my God, if we could turn back time, Oh my God, because she's been able to come out of that agreement, that settlement, and just be like, I won, she lost, I win. That's the name of the game. I win.
Hard to keep quiet because I'd see this stuff.
It's going to be hard to refute actual video of you testifying. I can't wait. It's going to be like the Matrix. You'll be like, whoa.
Especially on that stupid other bogus forum they had. They actually let my crazy stalker on there. They actually let my crazy stalker, my second cousin, he went on that forum and said, everybody in Wanchip hates Trisha. And they're all suing her. And he's just making this stuff up. And they're eating it up like it's true. I'm just going, oh my God. My whole reputation was just, and it's still ruined with people. As far as stalkers go, I was very fortunate. One happened to be a relative who stalked everybody, and that's what he does. Is he just goes around stalking people. Because he's got some frontal lobe damage, but it was it was crazy. He's the one that posted, and the reason why he stalked me is because I backed up. My neighbor had a restraining order against him.
I thought it was because
this is up at the cabins. And I gave a statement to the sheriff that I saw my second cousin drive up to this guy's house and flip him off and leave. And so because I did that, he focused on me. And he was the one that went to websleuths.com, opened 30 or 40 windows, hit it all at the same time. And this was before like Google Maps was a really big deal. But he had a Google map to my house, and I lived in a very secluded area. Google map to my house, my address, my phone number, and that I like to party and at like 2 a.m. and that I like to have S with children. Yeah. And it was not just on websites, it was everywhere. And it was bad. So I called his mom and I said, I know he's an adult, but tell him the cops are coming unless that comes down now. And it came down. And then he denied doing it. It's like, yeah, right. Anyway, because I got to get a restraining order against him, he was allowed to question me, what seemed like forever.
It don't make sense. This woman
doesn't. And I get it. The judge was leaning over backwards to accommodate him.
I know. I would love to have to one.
So I would love. It was so weird.
Please.
It was probably one of the weirdest things I've had happen. I worked at, it was before I got to the big radio station in Salt Lake, Z93. I worked at this place called K-Bear. We had a receptionist, and she was nice, but it seemed like we went through receptionists like crazy. Well, for some reason, she got fired. And I called her, and I said, because in radio, everybody gets fired. Everybody. And I called her, and I said, I'm so sorry this happened, and good luck. Take care. Well, then she started leaving me these weird messages saying that everybody was saying that she sounded like me and what an F and C I am and bizarre stuff. And she started calling around radio stations and talking to program directors and saying that that she had been hired to replace me because she was better than me, but that she could go work for them too because she was better than me. I mean, this woman never been on the radio in her life. And then one night, the receptionist, she leaves, and she said this woman starts revving up beside her as she's driving down the street, flipping her off and screaming at her, and she got the car and license plate, and it was this woman. And I guess she thought I was this receptionist, and she tried to run her off the road the whole bit. So I got a hold of the mom, and the mom said, I can't do anything. And I said, that's absolutely fine, but just letting you know, if something happens to me or anybody at the radio station, I've given them your name and number so the media can come to you. And then she gave me the name of her doctor. And her doctor said, well, I can't say whether I'm treating her or not. And I said, well, that's okay. Her mom gave me your number. Just so you know, if anything happens to me or anybody at the radio station, everybody has your name and number to give to the media so they can talk to you and find out why you couldn't stop this person. I said, she's crazy and she's scaring me. And she stopped after that. Stalkers, man, they are no fun. And it's, and I talked to one stalker. I talked to her parent, her mother, and she's like, oh, she's just mouthy. No, she's not. She's dangerous. Oh, Tapatalk. I remember Tapatalk. Yeah, Tapatalk, you could say anything on Tapatalk. That's where that stalker found me and was posting. No, it wasn't Tapatalk. I'm sorry. It was something else. It was Topics. Sorry. I'm getting my forums confused. Tapatalk. Yeah, not Tapatalk. Okay. I did have a stalker. It was my second cousin. I had to take him to court and get a restraining order against him. And they let him on that forum. And he made up all these lies about all the people that live by me are suing me because I'd stolen from them. He made up just these crazy stories. And they let him post that. And I even wrote him. I said, look, I know you guys hate me, but this guy is literally my stalker. I have a restraining order against him. I'm going to report this to the court. And he's crazy. He has, look him up. He's been arrested 1 million times. He has 1 million restraining orders against him. He's an evil guy, so please don't let him talk about me because he's not telling you the truth. Didn't matter.
Is that the one that was sending you messages saying he was on his way to your cabin?
No, that was the other one. That was the guy that, the guy in prison who robbed an armored car of $250,000 and tried to hire a hitman to kill a abortion doctor. That
People
guy
say you don't need to write a book. I mean, have you heard these stories yourself?
Have I what?
Have you heard these stories in your own words? Like this
Sniffles?
could easily be like a 10-part book series.
Oh, I know.
You were in a hostage situation.
Wow.
You've had like 4 stalkers. You've owned this web forum. You had a inside mutiny. You've done all sorts of crazy stuff.
You're right. And you know what's funny, Ping, is I literally just sit here. I don't do anything to stir anything up. I really don't. I sit here and I take care of business and, I'm so boring. And just the weirdest things have happened to me. You're right. And that guy, by the way, he wanted to talk about the John Benet Ramsey case with me. And he told me he had just gotten out of federal prison for pot. And I looked him up and I saw what it was. And I said, you lied about me. I'm not going to work with you on the John Benet case. And that's when he was posting on Topics. On Topics, it would post where you were located. And he was in LA and he says, I'm going to come by and say, hi, Trish. And then he'd be in Las Vegas. Hey, I'm coming up to see you, Trish. And then he'd be in Utah. I'll be sure and wave, Trish. He got arrested finally for threatening a Boulder cop. That blood will run in the streets when he gets to Boulder. He got arrested for that, and I had to go testify against him. I was on the stand for 15 seconds, and the judge threatened to throw me out of the courtroom. And they told me that this...
Hey, Trisha, your nose is running. Go catch it. All right.
This judge was really mean. And I said something because we were not allowed to bring up his past. That's right. We weren't allowed to bring up his past.
404B.
And he was his own lawyer. And he asked me a question. And the question was, why do you think I would be capable of finding out where you lived? And I said, well, because you're smart. Why do you think I'm smart? Well, because of what you've done. And the judge said, I will throw you out. Something about throwing me out of the court if I went any further. And But the reason why I thought he could find me is because he, robbed an armored car and tried to find someone to kill an abortion doctor. He could find out where I lived.
How do you know?
So anyway, sorry, I'm going on and on here.
Trish, you should write that book so that if Will and Helen ever actually have a child, come on, Will, get to it.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, please
you should write it for
Memoirs,
a legacy,
grandma's memoirs.
like a legacy type thing. So at least if God forbid you ever leave us, they will
Oh.
have a record of all your adventures and they can read it
That's
to
a good
their
idea.
kid.
Well, you know, I have the title of the book. I've told you that title. If you
Mhm.
ever mean to a dwarf, I'll suck your brains out with a fork.
Yeah.
Sounds
like Chad Daybell's third grade book. You know, I forget the title, but it was something stupid. But he was in third grade.
Dedicated to Will.
Dedicated to Will, because that's what Will said to a stranger one day.
You say it, and I'll type it.
Okay, very good. Well, I had
Happy Trish Day, right? It's not Happy Mother's Day. It'll be Happy Trisha Day.
somebody offer to do like my, autobiography or whatever, but he wanted 50% of the book sales and like 100%.
Well, it needs to be a PDF, straight up.
And if there was a movie deal or something.
That's
I'm like,
terrible, terrible
no,
contract.
I'm not going to do that.
A movie deal?
So would you type it? Really insightful one?
Yep.
He is not all there. Okay. There's nothing. He's
This
still
woman,
like a
Kyle
child
on
himself.
the
And so
Get her
the two
Greg.
people that I have on the internet that have done this to me, they have done their homework. Okay. There's not a whole lot about me, but they've found out.
Remember whenever she said that she paid $8,000 or something to that company to like clear, to clean up her internet presence? I don't know if this is what she's talking about or something to do with it.
A lot about me, and I pay out. The two people that I have on the internet that have done this to me, they have done their homework. Okay, there's not a whole lot about me, but they've found out a lot about me, and I've talked about my second cousin doing this to me.
Yes.
Colby has to testify. He said tonight, I guess, on his live stream that he would not be sweet and kind to Lori. They don't need to be.
Yes.
And this is, I'm not even slightly suggesting this is the same thing, but I've testified twice in two cases, and both times the people represented themselves. And
I've actually been going back and looking and watching, because I'm like, because I'm pretty oblivious. I really am. I don't too much pay attention. I'm just there. A lot of times I was there to just say what I needed to say. And, but I mean, it's just fake. She's fake. She's FAF. She's fake as fuck. Okay. Is there an O that FAFO? Anyways. Yeah. And offensive, fake as fuck and offensive. There you go. Anyways, I just, to look back, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Every time I see my comments fly out, I'm like, oh God, oh my God. It's just embarrassing. And then I'm like, here I am making more comments. It's just going to follow me around forever, right? Internet's forever. I'm just kidding at the part, it kind of follows us all around. So I get a little intense in chat, I think, but it's never meant that way. It's never like, oh my, I'm never like super pissed I have been, but usually not. Usually I'm laughing and just coming up with insults or trying to make something funny. I don't know.
And they were both stalkers. And it's just disgusting, that the person that was, terrifying you gets to get up there and ask a bunch of stupid questions. One of the stalkers was my second cousin. I've told you all about him. He
should have
he was
came
an
got me.
idiot, and the judge just kept telling him to knock it off. And oh God, it was just awful. So, and the other stalker was bizarre. I don't think I've ever talked about those whole things. Hey, there's nobody out there. Chill.
Hey.
Anyway, I told you my stalker took a picture, a Google shot of my cabin, which was very hard to find, but there it was in all its glory with a map on how to get to my house. So he just was able to find that.
I remember hearing in her 2013 deposition that I'm pretty sure that she was leaving her address everywhere for she wanted to be able to be reached at all times in case anybody needed her. Wink, wink.
I know. It's awful. It is just awful. So
it's over. Okay. We
anyway.
did it. Another great compilation. People would, I understand like the subject matter sucks, right? So I'm like, man, don't take it out on my channel. I know I hate it too. But so everybody give love to Olap. I just put their link in chat again. And anyways, I don't know what I'm doing back here. There we go. Well, thank y'all for hanging out. Let me grab this real quick. Sorry. Just remembered something. And yeah, here we go. We gotta. This is about Greg. Justice for Greg. And it's only 48 seconds, so we gotta do it again.
Greg said that when you moved out, you pissed all over the floor and you sold the copper wiring of the house. That's what Greg said. Greg said you stole the toilet seats from the house. That's what Greg said. Greg said you smoked his stash. That's what Greg said. Greg said you burned your brassieres on his brand new couch. That's what Greg said. Greg said he's missing all of his checkbooks. That's what Greg said.
Trisha, I want to know now. You brought this to the internet. Now we got to dig more. Oh my God. I'm never going to get a day of peace.
Nope. All right, one more time. Okay.
Greg said that when you moved out, you pissed all over the floor and you sold the copper wiring of the house. That's what Greg said. Greg said you stole the toilet seats from the house. That's what Greg said. Greg said you smoked his stash. That's what Greg said. Greg said you burned your brassieres on his brand new couch. That's what Greg said. Greg said he's missing all of his checkbooks. That's what Greg said.
Trisha, I want to know now. You brought this to the internet. Now we got to dig more. Oh my God.
It's never ending, Jolene, but God, we appreciate your tenacity, okay?
I'm never going to get a day of peace.
She is dedicated to it. I'm like, whoa, she's like doing like spins around, and I'm like, good Lord, I can't even, how do you produce that much content? Oh my God. Okay, I need to take lessons. I need lessons. I've already used AI to be like, what kind of apps do you think that Jolene uses to edit and stuff? Yeah, it helped me a little bit, but I still ain't got the speed at all. No speed on over here. I'm slow. Ask Lauren, she'll tell you. Anyways, yeah, I saw that. Jolene. I saw that, Christina. Yeah, and I got what you said too. I happened to wake up yesterday evening, whenever that live was going on, or maybe it was the day before. I don't even know. Whenever Hella was up there, Hella and Jolene, and I woke up it must have been just in time, and my name got brought up, and I was like, and I'm still, it takes a lot for me to get used to just that, I'm like, oh, it was sweet, and I mean, I really appreciated it, but then there was that bitch. There was, what's her face? Moonlight View for You or whatever the hell. Yeah, I need to go collect all the things she's been clipping off my channel for like since last year. I wonder, it makes me wonder, like, just you can tell, it tells you like who clipped whatever off your channel, off your video or whatever. And I know some of them were to do with Authorem, but that was before the fallout. And so I forget what the other one was, but she's the one that's like, well, you need to listen to your Uncle Jerry. And I'm like, oh my God, yeah, Moonlight is one of her mods. And yeah, I forget. She said something like, it was my conspiracy. And I was like, what the fuck you talk? Shut the fuck up. That's what I was like. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. It's like screaming into a barrel, and an endless barrel. Okay. It's a big rabbit hole of a barrel. And yeah. And it's like, I don't understand. And I guess I never will. It's just, it is what it is. And some people, God bless their kids. I really don't know. I don't know. But they are crazy. But I mean, them old ladies, they scare me. No, they don't scare me. They just talk a lot of caca. And, I got to where I was like, you know what? Screw her. And I mean, still, I'm really being really nice, like, I think that's what's stunning me a lot. But it also keeps me kind of level. Because I mean, I could go off, but I'm just like, no. My mom always taught me to turn the other cheek, turn the other cheek, turn the other cheek. I'm like, both my cheeks are big, I got big cheeks because they've been getting beat up and I'm ready to go off. But it's not worth it because those people, thank you, Miss Mojo, people like that, this is what they do. And then they collect the evidence, or whatever for you reacting. And I'm not going to give them that, it just, I'm like, what are you here for? Like, what is the point? Like, oh, justice for the family, but then you're like, fuck you, family, and like jabbing at them every chance you get. It's like they smile to your face and they're, stabbing you in the back at the same time, twisting it, and you're just like, oh, okay. It's weird. It's the weird web of web sleuths, of Tricia Griffith, in my opinion. I just found out, kind of the hard way. And like Christina asked earlier, and a couple people in South Aussie, Cheryl, about, yes, I've been like, oh no, there are, of course, episodes with me on there on Web Sleuths. But, I'm like, just looking at it through that lens, to hindsight, the hindsight lens where everything's 2020 and knowing what kind of person she turned out to be. Another disappointment, another person to have to, well, survive in a sense. And I don't mean that in, I'm not a fucking victim. Okay. That's the last thing I'll be. Because they like that. They want that. I mean, they not as bad as they want to be the victim themselves, but that's only when they're not, collecting their own victims, so to speak. They want people to think that they are victims because it it like changes the dynamics. It's like they become the power, it's control. It is a control freaks, man. Control freaks to the nth degree. And, that's also one of those things, in my opinion, that goes along with SRA. Ritual abuse, just everybody wants to just control the little bit of world that they have. And then you end up with the busted can of biscuits, where it's just like, boom. And I mean, that's Ruby Frankie. That, in my opinion, is Lori Daybell. To me, that's all these people. They're so wound up and so under pressure and, being perfect or trying the illusion of being perfect. Okay. Like, it's just, it's not if, it's when, when will it happen again? And that's sad. It really is sad because I can't imagine being under that much pressure unnecessarily, I don't know. I don't know. I just kind of, have my own little view into a world that I know nothing, or I knew nothing about. I still really don't. I don't know what it's like to be in that world, in the LDS world. And I mean, as an outsider, but it's like a double-edged sword too, though, because in my opinion, the Mormon or the LDS system, they're really good at community. Like, if you ever want or need, just, I've never seen so many people rally around someone and help them, and they'll build it in a damn day. All right. I'm like, whoa, how'd y'all do that? How'd y'all do that? Like they just, but that's part of the culture, I think, how when there's someone sick in the neighborhood, they go and help nurse them back to health and help take care of the kids and help take care of their chores, bring them something to eat, and then they do that for one another. But then as an outsider, it's also brutal because already, it's like the culture shock. And I was trying to learn the lingo. I'm like, what are they? Why are you talking in parables? Like, I don't understand what that means. Not only that, I wasn't versed in the Bible, so I didn't even have that to stand on. But I mean, just kind of learning that to me is also weaponized, especially I'm gonna say by people like Lori and Melanie Gibb, when they're sitting there like core whore. Remember the core whore? Lori is a core whore. She's a lore whore. Did y'all know that? Lori whore. I ain't never seen, I forget who said that the other day, but I've never seen two like grandmas. They're grandma LDS ladies. And I didn't see them, but I heard them on the recording. And Melanie Gibb had recorded Chad and Lori. Hold on, let me type it in. We're gonna listen to the core whore. Oh my gosh. Ooh, type girl. I need to go back to typing class. And I just need to go. Okay, let me find it real quick. Real quick. Come on, quarter whore. Here. Oh no, that's not it. That's the Sherry Dowdle one. Here it is. Let me switch.
We'll be back on the record in State versus Daybell.
Remember the judge?
Took a brief recess.
Oh my God, it's like old.
The air conditioner, as well as to allow Mr. Wood some time to get his technology ready. Mr. Wood, do you wish to proceed with publishing Exhibit 19?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may do so.
They're all so young and bald. Hold on. I gotta find it. My mom and dad. Damn. It was so hard to sit in my bedroom and watch this on the TV.
On December
With them right there. And I mean, I was texting my mom. And we were texting each other.
And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number, and hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
Oh shit. All right, hold on. Shit. Stand. And we will all stand there. Oh, I want to say it was Lori, Dental Lori with, was it? With Lauren, and they were like, I will stand and on it till I die or whatever. But this is not, it's not the same. Like these were going back and forth and back and forth. But it just kind of reminds me of
I
that.
just don't, I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me.
No.
It just sounds, it gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me.
Yes, John.
This does not sound like you.
How you doing?
This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience and I can see clearly.
Maury, we won't.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
I know you do.
Awkward.
I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he has supported me and has supported you the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy was at the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law is right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
I know that she's coming up with the same type of theories, and it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, and she hates doctors. And she just
And you hate her. She hates doctors and you hate her. Oh my God, right? It is gross. And it was so hard watching them, It was that was a tough part. But I'm also like grateful. I know this sounds bad, but COVID was happening at that time, which made it possible for Zoom hearings and preliminary hearings to go on right there in Idaho. And so it brought it to my living room where I didn't have to leave. Jason had just had like that thoracotomy, which I mean, they removed like the bottom portion of his right lung. I mean, that was such a huge thing. I didn't even realize it at the time that all that was going on. And my parents were ripped away to over here to deal with Hooker. And I mean, it was crazy. It was like a just big trauma wave. I don't even know that. And we had those 2 hurricanes back to back. We had a tropical storm in between those 2 hurricanes. One at the end of August and the other one at the first week of October. I mean, and none of that was as like all that stuff, like just real disastrous, catastrophic. I mean, they were 2 category, almost 5s. I think they were 5s, but anyways, for insurance purposes, I think we're sticking with 4s, if you know what I mean. Not us, but the insurance company. And they ripped right through our town, which was, I mean, I don't remember a time when one ever, like the eye moved right over us, like where we were worried about whether there was going to be a surge or not. 20 foot is what they were saying, but it shifted over to the right. It wobbled a little bit to the east, and we didn't have that part. But I mean, it was fucking traumatic, honestly. But none of that bothered me at the time because it just seemed like a distraction from the case, from COVID, the case, Jason's surgery. It was wild. It was wild. It was Traumator 2020. Woo woo. But we made it, and that's all that matters. We survived, and we still kicking. Slowly, but we kicking. And that's all that matters, that and just standing up for those who are no longer here, and I'll be damned. I will be damned if Trisha dares and move forward with this freaking, using my family, especially. I mean, she's targeting JJ, and I think that's on purpose. I think that's her whole thing. Her whole thing is, oh, well, that, and Tylee means just as much to me. Okay. Charles means just as much to me. I care about Tammy, but I'm not her family, like legally or blood wise. I can't speak for her. I can't speak for Joe. Same. I'm not blood. I didn't even know him. I didn't know them, but I feel like so protective over them. But I mean, look at how many times Trisha and I mean, her little understudy, Walwyn, I mean, that's what they do. This is what they do. They pass people around to one another. Like, I mean, that's what they do to me. And that's kind of what they did with me, even though, I mean, I looked at it more as like a choice. I wasn't like, hey, can I please come on your show? It wasn't like that. It was just like I'd be in comments or something and she'd be like, hey, you want to come up? You know how she does. But, and I mean, I would kind of say more things on her channel than I would on mine. So I felt a little, I was going to say protected, but God knows I was with the wolves, and the sharks were circling me and my family and other families. And that to me is just, talk about protective mode, like you just, the fangs come out and they want to come out. I see that in a lot of you guys too. Y'all are like, don't you F with them people or, those victims, those kids, those whomever, just same trailer, different park, but it seems like it's par for the course with Trisha and with Lauren, and we may not be able to change them and just really expose, there's so many of them. Okay. There are so many of them. But I'm looking more at how, there's this alleged cult with murders, with children being murdered. Okay. But I never quite see a cult. I never quite see, well, where's this cult you speak of and that you put in your titles and you call cult mom and cult, the doomsday cult couple and blah, blah, blah. Where's the proof? And I've learned just kind of looking at all this from different angles, from different times throughout this thing. I mean, from wondering how I'm seeing, some of my videos or pictures or whatever being on Dateline. And then I'm like, well, wait, are they going to try, what about, and then starting my channel and posting things. And I'm like, oh, well, what happens if they see, that's my content, but they didn't ask me. And I mean, it becomes like, a bunch of O's where you're just navigating it's so vast, I mean, this goes so vast. And I mean, the one thing that makes me look not so negatively at CrimeCon is Christina, is Janice, is Dental Lori, Crossbody Sarah, Liz. Well, Liz, you didn't go, huh? Anyways, call me girl. Oh my gosh, Lindsay. Who am I forgetting? I always forget. Don't take it personal. But I was thinking about this earlier, Christina, how for you to even go back, I mean, I know there's trauma tied to that. And I mean, so you're getting back on the horse is what I look at it as. And so I'm proud of you, girl. I'm proud of you. And that's resilience. And that's what makes us continue to just move one foot in front of the other, one step, one breath, just one thing, don't worry about, don't future trip, but just worry about now. Watch your back. Watch your back. Okay. I'm telling you, I don't even know what to call this yet, but I mean, ever since I'm not a CrimeCon kind of person. I'm not a people kind of person. I mean, this is okay, but not just, it's a lot of energy. Really, I'm sensitive to that kind of stuff, just I can be around people and then I'm like, oh my God, I'm drained. I need to sleep for a week. But I have to recharge my batteries. And I'm very introspective, I like to go within and just kind of go through things in my mind and kind of weigh things out and process. But so whenever all this stuff, started happening or planning for CrimeCon, and I was like, we need a safety crew. And I mean, I did get my certification in occupational safety specialist. That's what I did do, because I'm a nerd and I find those kind of boring subjects really fascinating. So I'm like, so we need to have check-ins. We need to mark yourself safe, go in pairs. It's all about CrimeCon safety and preventing crimes from, you being framed for crimes that you didn't commit. Watch out. Okay. Watch out. And it'll be educational too, because I'll stream during CrimeCon from whoever, if anybody wants to check in, kind of like what Jolene was saying, just send it to me. I mean, I'll throw things at her too, we can network this. We've been pretty good about this. But just have, you guys kind of just check in or whatever, pop in, say hi. And also learn, I've been planning things out, who's behind, the money, follow the money, and just make sure, I just want it to not be so damn fandom. That's my problem. It's not a niche. It's not a genre. It's a real life. It's real life. And um, I don't know. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I'm still trying to understand it. And but I mean, it also plays into this whole mindset, I think, is you get to meet people that, yes, I mean, good God, you guys, I've connected with you, so many of you over the years, shorter, whether it's been a long time or a short time. I mean, it's just, we go through these things together. Yes, they can be parasocial relationships, but they're not going to piss on everything. Okay. I don't feel like, I feel like a lot of our connections and everything aren't just whimsical or just, fantasy. I think that's bullshit. And I think that's just something John really liked to play on because he don't get to play with Lauren. I really don't know. It's not my problem. Not my monkeys, not my circus. I just, I don't know. I really just appreciate so many of you. Y'all have no idea. I look forward to coming on here and visiting with you guys and just hearing y'all cut up, being in other chats. I mean, I love it. It's fun. It cracks me up. It helps me get through some really hard shit too. And I just know that whatever this is, collective, whether we know, whether ever know that you're not sunshine, whatever, whomever your moniker is, I may never know your real name or, what you really look like. I connect with your personality. And I just really appreciate that. I really do. 'Cause it really does make you feel like you're not alone. Like you're not fighting this all alone. Like in just an echo chamber with nothing but people just looking back at you and not saying nothing. I'm like, hello, I need some feedback. But, and I just appreciate what you guys bring to the table. And y'all don't realize how much y'all bring to the table to all the creators. These ideas they're not mine, nor do I want to be like, that's mine. It's not for me. It's for us. It's for betterment. It's just for healing. It's for all those things. Because that's what we need to do. Get these fuckers, right? Anyways. All right, I'm starting to, yeah. I'm wheezing a little bit. So, thank you, Hawkeyes. Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day, everybody. Happy Mother's Day to all you mummies. All you mommies. Thank you so much, Hawkeyes. Happy Mother's Day to you too. And my mommy's right there on the screen. I looked up. And I love being a mom too. I also appreciate like seeing it from Jolene's perspective, where her and her husband decided not to have children. I'm like, wow, yeah, that is an option, huh? That's an option. And I just respect the hell out of her for that. She's a good dog and cat mom. She's a good pet mom. And she seems like one hell of an aunt. And I think that's why she's one hell of an advocate, really. I'm honored. And I appreciate her and all of you other guys, all the other creators. I really do. And I really appreciate when Nana comes on. It's already Mom's Day there. You just came back. Oh, well, that's good. A happy Mother's Day to all you and to all you men out there who are both mom and dad. There's those two. And if you were like I was for 6 years, and by the way, tell me again, I didn't lose custody to my son. Anyways, she kind of told him herself though, huh? Anyways, but I mean, we were estranged for 6 years and that was hell. That was the worst feeling in the world, was to mourn your child that was living. Like, it was like, oh my God. It would, and I mean, It was like a lose-lose situation, no matter which way. But I would have done things so much different with hindsight, with that hindsight lens. We're not perfect, and I don't want to be. You know what I mean? Like that's a false expectation. So I'm not trying to throw that on myself, and we shouldn't do that. And we shouldn't let society do that to us either. A lot of times, we become mothers and fathers when we're babies. We don't even know who the hell we are. And I mean, I kind of just went with emotions because I thought that's what you were supposed to do. But so for all you moms out there who are estranged from your baby or babies or whatever, just you deserve love too. And you deserve to just be kind to yourself, okay? Be kind. Don't be so damn hard on you, okay? The whole world just beats our asses. Just every day, constantly. Bow, 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 bow. But, I mean, you don't have to kick your own ass too. And that's the first one doing it. I'm always kicking my own ass first. I'm like, oh, watch out. Hold on. Take a number. But, just I want you to know that you're not alone. And that this too shall pass. I don't know how. I don't have the answers, but it will. You'll get through it. You got to get through it to get to it. Whatever it is. But whew. So I will be doing a live tomorrow. I do have everything ready. I do. I actually just have to go and schedule the 2, right? I had to work all this stuff up. I swear I would be great if I had a scheduler. If I just had somebody be like, all right, bow. Okay, here you go. You ain't got to worry about it. But oh my God, for me to pull all these things together, it's like a freaking, because I'm not a planner. That's not me. That's not me at all. Whew. My mom is. My mom was a planner. Okay. That's what she did. She would say planning when she answered the phone, before she owned her business, or scheduling, okay, speaking. So yeah, that's not me. I like to do things physically with my hands, but the freaking computer it kind of bolts me down. I'm like, oh, you can't look up and like go do stuff. You got to look at your phone and concentrate. And I hate that shit. So you just confirm it. Yeah, but it's like the death of me. I swear it's stressful. It's stressful every damn week. And I'm like, oh my God, just throw up a freaking thumbnail the way they have it, where you have to have basically a thumbnail. If not, yeah, I don't know. How are you going to know? How are you going to know what we're doing? Anyways, I'm probably just like making it 10 times harder than it really is. That's very likely. So difficult research, right? I'm just saying it didn't come. It came more natural than I thought. Thank you. This is from way earlier, but thank you, Rhinestone Wow Girl. I love her name. Rhinestone Wow Girl. I'm not going to sing. Thank you again, Amy Boston. And thank you, Christina. It's so sweet. I appreciate you, girl. And Hawkeye's 10. Oh my gosh, 10. Yes. Thank you. I was going to say something, but it goes with a movie and it cusses. So I was like, yeah, stop. I need to go eat. I'm like got a headache in the front of my head. And it's not feeling too great. Thank you again, Hawkeye. And oh my God, y'all are, oh my God, Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Just because. Thanks, Krisha. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you. And again, thank you, Miss Mojo and Mr. Mojo, Ryzen. Y'all, oh yeah, that's something we'll talk about Monday, I guess, for the members only, in the members only. I have both Lawrence and Megan's book. We have Megan's book. But, they're litigious kind of people, in my opinion, allegedly. And I don't know. I just got to figure out what to do to have a book club, and just discuss the things, because books are meant, if you don't share your research, Megan, well, then it's shit, right? It's shit. So share your book. But I'm thinking Googie for sure. Miss Mojo and Mr. Mojo, they provided, was it, wait, do I have that right? I might be messing it up. So just thank y'all. Let me just say thanks until I can see straight. And then thank you again, Hawkeyes. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. You're always so sweet and kind. And maybe look, I've been gathering the clips anyways of, like, me being on web sleeves, because I'm like, oh my God, it's embarrassing. Again, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, ew. And then I haven't really noticed, except for one time, when we were talking about, I had brought this up about the AI thing with Rex and Adam, making a AI chat questions with dead, like basically murderers is what they were calling it. And so basically they had like Alex's voice, and they had it to where he was saying something about what he would do differently if he were alive. I mean, it was very fucking offensive, because I'm like, what? So wait, I mean, I just didn't think about it with the AI thing, and having conversations with killers. I think that's what the name of it was. And they were going to have different killers who they were going to have conversations with different killers. I mean, basically, I don't know if they're still doing that. They sure are being quiet about it, if so. But I mean, just to run up on that. And I mean, really, there was a legit script that they feed it, or they get and tell the AI what to do. And how, it's just weird to hear Alex, even AI Alex, saying, that hell is, I forget what he said, but that he would do things different and da 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 da. And I was like, oh my God. But then Megan was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh my God. All right. Yes. Okay. Here's your microphone. Good Lord. I'm just not about it. I don't know. It kind of was out of, I don't know, out of turn, out of place. I don't know. I'll have to pull that clip because it's interesting. It was a very insensitive idea. I mean, especially to be the perp family, you know what I mean? But then being there during all the, towards the trial parts, that's when they showed up. All of them, for the most part. And it just kind of seems a little sus sometimes, especially looking back. Same thing for Megan. They were right there to strike while the iron's hot. But crickets, and that's fine. I'm okay with the crickets too, but I kind of like to know what they up to. So, yeah. Is it AI true crime or fiction crime? No. They created Alex's voice, Alex Cox, who allegedly murdered my family. Tylee, he did murder Charles. Tammy, probably Joe, Tylee, and JJ. Everybody just assumes that Alex did it. I don't put it all on Alex. We'll never know. I put it on all of them. But yeah, they created an AI Alex voice, and they had a little script for him to read, and yeah, it was basically him being regretful for murdering my family. And they were starting to talk to, other people, I guess networking, to try and get this thing off the ground. I mean, like I said, they could have done that. They could have, just been quiet about it. Can you imagine, like, even Sharon Tate's mom? Is she even still alive? But I'm saying, like, people like her hearing Charles Manson, be regretful, or just something that's not real. It's not real. And so it's no, like that's coming from them, that's like their projection onto AI Alex. Alex did what he did. He is where he is. Nobody put him there but himself, whatever. I don't too much worry about that part. But it's very sick on their part, on Adam and Rex. In my opinion, it was very insensitive and kind of like what Megan's doing, but in a more passive aggressive way. Or, where they're just like, it's like the family still going after my family, if that makes sense. Like the superiors going after the weaklings or something, or as if they think that. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they think. But as if it's like we're prey or something. Anyways, I get all deep and stuff, okay? I do. I can't. But Sharon Tate's little sister. Oh. I was thinking about how, like, if Sharon Tate's mom heard, that, or is she still alive though? Is Sharon Tate's mom? I mean, that's a whole nother shit show too. Whew. My email is Cresha, like my name right there on the screen in the blue, 0123@gmail.com. That's Cresha0123@gmail.com. Marcy's about to email me. I need to check my emails. It's been, let me put that back on. All right, y'all. I got to go eat. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day, except for a brownie. That's not good. It don't count. But, yeah. So tomorrow, which is Sunday, happy Mother's Day again, everybody. Thank y'all for spending time with me, and going through all that bullshit. Tomorrow we'll start on, I really want Jolene to read it though, for sure. Where'd it go? I'm always looking for these tabs. Let's see. Oh my God, it's the Web of Spook is what they named it, but it's like a short story, but it's pretty long. That's kind of fictional, or at least a fictional character, and it's Tricia Boudet or Boudet, whatever. She lives in Apple, Texas. Wink, wink. Telling you, Apple iPhone, I guess. I don't know. I don't know, but this came up, and they think that, they're praising Dreadful Penny and they're praising Jolene in the comments. So it doesn't seem like it's old. I guess I can find out. I don't really know, but there's other things on here too on this website, but we'll read that tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, and then, like I said, Monday I'll have a members only. I don't really have them often, so I'm like, you need to do that, Crash. You need to do that. So, anyways, guys, all right. Thank y'all for hanging out, and thank y'all for being here. Happy Mother's Day. Be good to yourself. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof. Bye.